Hello and welcome to round 4 of this 2023 World Cup. My name is Fiona Steil-Anthony. I'm delighted to be back and to be here once again with Grandmaster Jon Ludwig Hammer. Jon Ludwig, how are you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Thank you.
Wow, that's some low energy. I'm used to, my
No,
years
I was trying to compose myself because I got a lot on my mind, and I thought maybe you wanted to do more intro, but you giving me the chance to
No,
speak
I
again.
know you
Yeah,
were
okay.
rushing us in, so I'll let you get everything off your chest.
Okay, so yeah, the previous day, so everyone had a rest day yesterday on Tuesday, but we didn't actually catch up what happened on Monday, due to our broadcast. Well, I followed Hikaru's win, and he managed to win before the tiebreak, so he didn't play on Monday. But what happened on Monday was very interesting because plenty of high rated people got upset by lower rated opponents, and in particular, people who are around in kind of Hikaru's bracket or close to Hikaru's part of like this knockout tournament's future. So today's game against Pragg, of course, hugely important. But and I'm not saying that we should think ahead, but just something to keep in mind in the back of our head. Next round, Hikaru was scheduled to play either Lim Le of Vietnam or Nikita Vityugov of Russia. Both of those guys got knocked out. So now it's Ponomarev and Birches, who are still, ridiculously strong players, but both of like the top seeds that Hikaru was supposed to play got knocked out. In the kind of bracket, the round after that, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave got knocked out as well, who was then the highest rated in this whole Hikaru's part of the tournament, which means that in this round and the next two, the two best players are the Indian youngsters Arjun Erigaisi and Praggnanandhaa. In fact, Praggnanandhaa is the highest rated player among those, 16, 8, that's kind of in
Hikaru's house.
Hikaru's section. Yeah. Well, calling it half is a bit of a stretch, but yeah, you get the gist.
Well,
So,
they are two halves, right? In a sense.
well, it's like more a fourth at this point because it's sections.
There's only two halves, Magnus's half and Hikaru's half.
Sure, but this doesn't include up until Magnus's half.
Okay,
So
let's call
now,
it a quarter.
yeah, we're looking at section 13 to 16, which I do believe is a quarter.
Hammer, what do you have to say in your defense to J-Doc's comment? This is Hammer's earliest ever Jinx attempt.
I mean, I feel like that's my role. I'm the jinxer. So that's just me playing up my part, my role in this whole endeavor. And the game has started. So, but basically, what I wanted to say is that Praggnanandhaa, of course, ridiculously strong opponent. He's gained like 25 rating points already this summer. But he is actually going to be on paper the toughest opponent for Hikaru in the next 3 rounds should he make it through.
Okay, so today you're saying the next 2 days or potentially 3 days are crucial.
Well, sure. I mean, today is always the most important day, right?
That is true, especially
Carpe
in the World
diem
Cup.
and whatnot.
So
But
let's get to it. 1C for the English opening. Are you surprised?
no. I mean, if I could predict Hikaru's opening move, I would be surprised. Because well, he likes to vary, and he should. Being unpredictable is a key part of openings these days.
So there's a number of directions here in which Black could go. I don't know. Are you familiar with Pragg's usual repertoire, or?
Not really. I know that I usually go e5, but I know e6 is a respectable move as well. And c5 is respectable. Yes.
What do you think? We'll wait a couple more moves until we get into the nitty-gritty of the opening. What do you think Hikaru's general strategy will be today? You mentioned you yourself prefer starting with white. Is that
I prefer starting with white, but I'm usually an underdog in the matches I play.
Hikaru had
Hikaru,
mentioned, yeah, that he prefers starting with black so that you always have the option of going all in game two if something were to go wrong. So what do you think the approach will be with white in the first game?
well, right now it seems like he's trying to surprise his opponent in the opening. And yeah, he's just going for a game.
Mm-hmm.
Which is the classic way of playing these days. When you're playing against someone who's not in the top tier in the world, maybe you can go for some theory that they may not be aware of.
Mm-hmm.
But when the top guys play other top guys, they just almost everyone knows everything, including the kind of intricate details. So most of the time they just try to play something a bit unusual to get the other person out of their preparation.
Yeah, I think it's a very rare occurrence. I'm sure a lot of the people in chat were here for the last round of Norway Chess, which I had the pleasure of commentating when Hikaru surprised Fabiano Caruana on the white side of this fried liver attack, this Italian with knight g5. That kind of stuff, it happens very, very rarely these days. So for those of you who were there that day, that kind of stuff we don't get to see very often. Now, Hikaru with bishop g2 was hitting the central knight on d5.
Yeah. No, it's a very interesting opening. So essentially, white is playing pretty calm with these two pawns not really moving forward, which means white isn't really trying to use pawns in the center. Black, on the other hand, says, okay, if you're not going to do it, I'm just going to try and take complete control. So first part of that plan is Pragg playing d5. That's fair enough. This knight moves a second time and gets hit by the bishop, forcing the knight to move a third time. And then, we go with our index fingers and we say, no, you're not supposed to move your pieces twice, never mind 3 times in the opening. But at this point, Hikaru can't really prevent black from going e5 next. And that means black is going to have really, really good control in the center of the board. Black is going to play what is known as the Maroxy bind, which is the name of like a pawn formation, where these two pawns together just take very good control in the middle, and in particular, this square d4. Hikaru can go knight f3. But then knight c6 renews the control of the e5 square, enabling black to go e5 next. So this is a strategically risky approach from Hikaru, because he's letting black control the middle of the board, but hoping that the white development advantage on account of the black knight moving around a lot initially can be exploited. And what I find very interesting as well is that I noticed this opening in an earlier game at the World Cup. I was intrigued when Anish Giri played this with the white pieces against Nijat Abbasov in the tie breaks back on, I want to say, Friday?
2 days ago, whatever, that Monday.
No, Friday, because Anish got knocked out 2 days ago, so it was 5 days ago.
Yeah, but he got knocked out by Abbasov 2 days ago.
Oh, Abbasov was. Oh, wow. Okay. I thought it was another guy who beat Anish, but yeah, no. Okay. Well, like I was saying, a lot of upsets on Monday.
Yeah, for sure. Monday was a crazy day. I was actually I was watching it myself, and while it was a shame to not be here with you guys, it was a tremendously exciting day of tie break. So I hope you caught knight. I think for Hikaru, very nice to get that double rest day. We saw he was away from the board for a second there. That's why his next move is taking a while to come out. He's back now. I don't know. Do you think knight c7 could be a slight surprise, or is that the normal retreating square for the knight, or is it?
As far as I know, it's the only move in this position.
Okay. So it shouldn't be
Um,
too surprised.
it shouldn't be surprising whatsoever.
And we have knight f3 on the board, so temporarily taking control over e5, but as you mentioned, after knight c6, e5 will follow. So once black grabs that central space, we are gonna struggle to get in d4 anytime soon. You mentioned that the d and e pawns haven't moved yet. I was gonna ask, does that mean the pawn goes to d3? But Hikaru has already answered that for me. After knight c6, we see that d3 is on the board.
And I'm trying to remember what Anish did. Whenever one of these top players play an opening that maybe has a bit of a dodgy reputation, it's always important to try and follow what were their plans and what was it they were doing that other people have not been doing previously. So I believe, I'm not sure I'm right about this, but I believe that this opening has a dodgy, or if not very uh, not a positive reputation. I think in general, this is considered good for black, spending that time with the knights, but being aggressive with the pawns in the center.
Are
So
you
that's
saying
why,
Anish played this as black, yeah?
as white,
As white, okay.
which is interesting, right? That's why I took extra note of that game, because when Anish plays something with white that is supposed to have a bad reputation for white, you're like, well, Anish doesn't really play bad openings. So maybe he's discovered something. That being said, my memory is so
I
bad,
think
but
I
I
found
don't
the
think
game.
Anish played D3.
No, I was just gonna say he did not play d3, he played a3.
Yeah, so now I'm surprised because I thought the idea for Hikaru going into this was utilizing that he had understood what Anish's idea was.
By the way, this is a game Anish ended up winning, but not because he got anything out of the opening. They just got into an equal ending, and I guess in time trouble things turned around. But yeah, it doesn't look like Anish had gotten much out of the opening.
And maybe that's the conclusion Hikaru had as well. So he says, well, okay, I'm not going to play Anish's variation, but I was inspired by Anish's game to check out this variation. So Hikaru goes down the main line. After d3, e5, he plays knight to d2, moving the knight a second time, just like black did initially. Black even went for a third time, and Hikaru actually follows up with a third time just thereafter. And we see both players being very strange about their knight placements, just putting all the knights on the C file. And now white has a threat in towards the pawn on e5. This pawn is protected, but the protector may be captured next, after which the pawn can be taken.
So let's assume Pragg were to castle here. Is that a pawn you want to take at the cost of giving up your bishop?
I'm gonna say yeah, because otherwise this whole opening just makes no sense. So takes, and then you get that pawn in the center. But not only did you grab a pawn, you also ruined black's pawn structure. This is what is known as isolated doubled pawns, meaning that these pawns cannot protect each other, and they're kind of standing in each other's path. Like you said, it's actually not an obvious move to make,
Well, we will
because
see.
Black does get a lot of development.
We are going to find out because Pragg did just castle. I remember you telling us a few days ago, you're a man, you like pawns in general. Well, here there's one up for grabs, and I'm very curious to see, is Hikaru going to go for it? I feel like in terms of opening, as far as the opening goes, surely I have to see Hikaru as a bit of a favorite because Pragg had to be ready for almost every single one of White's first moves, you know, e4, d4, knight f3, c4. While for Hikaru, I think the likelihood that he looked at this exact position in the nearer past, is that an expression, nearer past? In the recent past, I think the likelihood is much higher than Pragg having looked at this in detail yesterday.
I agree, but at the same time, I want to reiterate that this opening has a bad reputation for White.
Mm-hmm.
And the fact that Hikaru is spending time, is he sitting at the board?
He is
He's
sitting
actually
at the board.
sitting at the board.
Mm-hmm.
And he's not making his move. He should still be in prep.
I think he is still.
Well, I think so too,
Right.
but I don't understand. Like, you can't be super confident about your prep if you pause at this moment with Pragg going kind of into the main line. But I'm not sure if it's normal to sacrifice this pawn. But this is definitely normal. Actually, I went in on the chess.com database and it says bishop d7 and pawn to f6 are common moves here. But castles is not on the list.
But yeah, Jan Ludwig, yeah, I also ran it in the chess24 database. And it says that castles, yeah, as you say, is a new move. If I go back to the position after knight c4, there's still a bunch of strong players here on the black side. I see Karyakin, I see Nepomniachtchi, Volokitin. And I see what I don't like, all the top 4 games all ended 0-1. But yeah, none of them castle. f6 is the move that has been played the most by far. But
And f6 is a
nobody.
good move because it makes this kind of pawn protection strategy. Pawns defending each other up the board. But there are some circumstances in which White tries to exploit and tries to point down this diagonal from b3 and down towards where we're kind of assuming Black will put their king. And this was a pawn sacrifice. So it was a never played before pawn sacrifice, which kind of tells us, well, we don't know at this moment whether Hikaru is in his prep. He definitely was in prep here, but maybe not here. However, we definitely also do know that Pragg has prepared this. He wouldn't play this new pawn sacrifice unless he knew what he was doing. And Hikaru, faced with that new move, he doesn't dare test it. So trying to take the pawn would have been maybe the most testing way, the most challenging for Black. But Hikaru realizing, I'm using my own head, whereas Pragnananda, he can probably just rely on the computer's recommendations. I don't want to be playing up a pawn with Black having the initiative against the computer. It's already uncomfortable giving the opponent the initiative in regular play, let alone when you know you're having to face the opponent's computer prep.
And I was just gonna say, if Pragg goes f6 now, we actually are back in all those games that we're showing in the database, because now, well, maybe for our viewers, we can just show if Pragg had gone f6 on the previous move, when we said it was a normal move, and now if Hikaru castled and Pragg castled, we are back in the position that's currently on the board. Maybe that's also part of what Hikaru was relying on. If he looked at that line, he's much more likely to have seen the position in this move order. So maybe he just wanted to get back to what he's looked at. But I'm still confused because I genuinely thought Hikaru would be the better prepared player here. But Pragg, he's just been blitzing all his moves.
But also keep in mind, maybe this variation, I said it earlier, has a pretty good reputation for black. So what happened, or maybe happened, maybe Hikaru was saying, okay, you'll play f6, and I have an interesting possibility here. Maybe I can go pawn to f4 earlier than what is normal and try and increase the pressure. Maybe I can go queen b3 now with my queen pointing down towards the g8 square. You cannot castle. And by Pragg managing to include the moves castles, yes, we're in the main line, but the main line has a good reputation for black, so maybe Hikaru had a different idea than the main line, but got lured into it as a result of Pragnananda's clever move order, clever temporary pawn sacrifice.
Yeah, that could very well be. In that case, I'm surprised that Hikaru didn't spend more time on considering taking the pawn, because as you said, now we are back in those main lines where actually f4 here is the most played move by quite a distance. But yeah, I mean, black is, I hate to say it, but black is scoring better there.
Oh, not just fine, but better?
Yeah, it's 30% white, 30% draw, and 40% black.
Wow. And that's considering that in like normal openings, white having like a 55% to 45% edge would be normal. So a 50-50 for black is like a super successful opening. And here it's even 55-45 in black's favor. That's, yeah, I mean, I can understand why this opening has a good reputation then.
Yeah, I mean, I have to say I don't have any filter on, so I haven't filtered it, over a certain rating threshold. So, maybe this guess that's a what's the word, skewered, skewed, not skewered. Skewered is something else. Skewered is a chess tactic. I feel like, how long have I been off commentary? Like 3 days.
Too long, surely.
Too long.
But you were in an English-speaking country for some of that time, no?
Yeah, but I wasn't,
Speaking English.
I wasn't speaking. I took a little break. I talk a lot in general, so I thought, let me save all those words, all that wisdom. I'll save it all for you guys. Did she drink? Well, it's 1 p.m. in Luxembourg, so no. I don't usually have a drink for breakfast. But what is Hikaru thinking about? If not f4, so according to the database, according to the tree, the next most played move is taking on c6, which,
well,
I feel if you didn't take on the previous move, surely
agreed.
you're not gonna take now.
Yeah. You already said no to that.
Yeah. And then I see some a4, some bishop e3. Those seem to be, by the way, a4 and bishop e3, they are played a lot less, but the statistics actually very even. White is not down anymore, which is something.
Bishop e3 is the plan Anish played against Abbasov. But he didn't put his knight here, so Anish kind of used his pieces to immediately target the black pawn on c5. Because this black pawn is kind of difficult to defend because you can't really move your pawn up due to this pressure the bishop exerts on the long diagonal. But I'm really not liking Hikaru's think here. Like, Hikaru chose this opening. He should still be in his preparation, and the fact that he's thinking is an extremely bad sign.
Yeah, I see chat. Someone in chat was asking, Ahmed was asking, what's the top engine move? The top engine move that we are seeing is bishop takes c6, which, I mean, if you're gonna give up that bishop, then I would at least want to get a pawn in return. So yeah, I'm not too sure what to make of this. Like I unfortunately I really feel that Hikaru got tricked somewhere.
But
Was it this castle's move? Would he have been tricked somewhere earlier?
maybe, but then why didn't he spend more time?
Yeah.
He didn't want to spend more time because he didn't want Pragg to think he was getting tricked. But then one move later, he spends 15 minutes. What? I mean, Pragg is going to realize that this has gone very, very well.
Yeah, I agree with you. One of the problems is there's not really a way, right? If you use some openings when you feel, okay, this didn't go the way I wanted it, let me just sort of bail out, and initiate some simplifications. That's not happening here, right? Because Black has a great central
Well,
control.
so someone in chat kind of asked a similar question. Can this peter out to a draw with trades and stuff? So strategically, Hikaru is in a bit of a tricky spot because most of the time when your white opening goes bad, it just peters out into a draw. And that's kind of a good thing, which isn't the circumstance here because Black has that supreme control in the center with the pawns, which means that if White doesn't manage to make something happen here, then in the long term, White is just significantly worse. So part of this opening is based on the move Hikaru now played, pawn to f4. It's based on challenging that Black control in the center of the board. But that also means Hikaru now, for good reason, chooses to continue down the main line, but the main line is considered good for Black or fine for Black, right? So
Yeah.
when we say something is good for Black, sometimes it means it's actually good, but most of the time it just means it's equal. Because equal is considered a success at this level.
Absolutely. And Pragg, well, he took instantly on f4. Pragg's prep, I mean, so far I have to say very, very impressive. Just the fact, that he had to be ready for so many different lines. And now, yeah, we are back sort of in main territory here. And Pragg thinking for what feels like one of the first times in this game. I'm seeing two moves here, bishop e6 and knight e6.
Makes sense. I mean, bishop maybe makes more sense in terms of getting one of your pieces out and exercising more control into the center. Playing knight to e6 in some ways I would consider a more ambitious move for Black in terms of you're just trying to keep more pieces on the board and you're voluntarily placing that knight to block your bishop. Probably because, well, you're threatening White's bishop, and when that bishop moves, maybe you want to be very aggressive and actually continue moving your pieces forward. To me, especially in the match format, it feels like bishop e6 is the more sensible of the two. But I wonder if after this bishop move, could Hikaru's idea, if he's still in his idea, could it be something like capture the knight, giving away your bishop voluntarily, but then making sure that Black's bishop pair gets traded on the next move, because we are approaching some very tricky strategic positions. And this one, for instance, white manages to get the knight on a square where there are no black pawns that could position themselves to threaten the knight and kick it out. Unfortunately, in making this knight placement happen, Hikaru needed to support with his pawn. And when that pawn moved forward, that pawn can no longer influence the d4 square. So we could get one of those super tricky positions where both players have an amazing knight. The computers do seem to like this for black. But this is like, yeah. If Hikaru's gonna deviate from like the main moves, this feels like the kind of direction you want to be looking in.
That makes sense. By the way, just to very quickly answer a question from the chat, Mas already asked earlier. I wanted to get back, but there was no time. Are players allowed to make moves while standing, or are they required to sit down? I don't think there's anything in the rules that stops you from making your move while standing up, but it is considered bad form. That's what I would say. Jan Ludwig, I see from
I definitely made a move or two standing in my day.
The last time I actually saw it happening was at Sharjah Masters, and it was Vladislav Kovalyov made a move standing against local hero Salem Saleh. And let me just tell you, Salem did not take kindly to it. Like, he actually first, he just looked, he gave Kovalyov the stare of death and sort of gesticulated like, what the F are you doing? And then he even stopped the clock, and I think he wanted to call an arbiter, but then realized, I don't think you can actually claim anything. So they just played on, but the rest of the game was very intense. Why did you do it? Just because?
Imagine having the confidence to actually stop the clock there, like, yeah, and not just be silently annoyed like the rest of us.
I also think, you're gonna do that to the Salem, when he's playing in UAE, he's really an institution. He's, the hero. So I think he felt, what, you're gonna do against me here in Sharjah, in UAE? How dare you? And so, yeah, I think there is nothing in the rules. I think it's a little bit bad manners, as someone in the chat.
Let's just say I don't think I've ever done it against a higher rated opponent. It is the kind of thing you do with a little bit of disrespect to kind of tell your opponent, like, I got this under control. I just, you made a move. I'll make a move without sitting down. I saw your plan. I'm ready for it.
Someone's asking, how did the game end? The game I talked about, actually, Kovalyov ended up winning. So that added insult to injury. But to be fair, Salem, in the end, I thought when he resigned, because Salem had been completely winning, actually. It was really the worst. He was completely winning. Then this incident happened. I don't think that's what made him lose control, but time scrambled happened, and suddenly he was lost. And I thought he wouldn't take it well at all. But to be fair, he had a chat with his opponent after the game, briefly discussed the game. So I'm not trying to create any drama. It was all fine in the end. But it was, I could feel, I was there in that moment, and I could feel the tension. Like, could feel it very clearly. Okay, meanwhile, Pragg decided on bringing the knight to e6.
Yeah, no, I'm surprised by this. And I guess I'm pleasantly surprised by this. I think this is going to increase Hikaru's chances of winning. And it's going to stop some of that nice coordination in Black's camp. This knight is moving for the 4th time in 12 moves. A third of Black's moves has been with this knight. which is usually not a good thing. And it has to move again. Because right now it's blocking its own bishop. So you can't really stay there long term. So I think this is a bit of a strange move. Computers said it was one of the top options, but it makes life just a little bit more difficult for black. Now, black, realizing that this knight has to move again, it would love to capture a bishop. If it has to move again, it might as well do something useful. And Hikaru says, no, you're not going to be allowed to do that. Hikaru retreats the bishop to avoid the trade. And now, yeah, I mean, the obvious move, that's part of also why you want to play moves like bishop e6. It's not just because it's a sensible move in itself, but it's also because the next move is very obvious. You move the bishop out, then you move the queen out, you have connection between your rooks, and then you get one of the rooks to the center. This kind of play would have made it super easy for black to play the next couple of moves, because you just queen up, rook into the center, have influence here, control here, control here, control here. Life is good. But
So what happens
moving the
if now?
knight instead, now you don't have a clear plan forward.
What happens if I move the knight again and play knight d4?
I mean, I would think that's probably what he's gonna do, right? Because that knight can't stay here on e6 long term.
And
But
finally, we see the engine swing the way we want to see it swinging. Because the computer is saying, well, I'm just going to kick you again if you move forward. I wasn't sure actually from a distance about e3, because I'm always a little bit worried, you know, leaving a pawn on d3 without protection. But the engine seems to think this is
well,
completely
it's
fine.
partly also because, well, now black has to move this guy for a sixth time. And we were on 1/3 of the moves being with the knight. Well, that percentage is just increasing.
By the way, a very kind offer from the chat, Jon Ludwig. GM Hammer says he would love to donate this account to you.
Yeah, I don't know. I made my own my own Sultan of Kings. Sultan of, I don't know. I have my own kick account. I'm not sure. I just it's a bit tricky having someone use kind of your name in
It's
a chat
actually
where you're
trickier than you
actually
would think,
active.
because I've just written in the chat there, I created the account The Real Fioncata because Fioncata was gone. And then it
Yeah.
turned out one of our lovely team of mods had actually taken Fioncata for me, but we have been unable to make the transfer yet. Like whenever I try to log in with the Fioncata credentials they give me, I just get an error message every time. And they just locked me out. So we're still working on that. Someday I'll be Fioncata. We'll get there, I'm sure. For now, I'm the real Fioncata. There you are,
The
Sultan of
real
Kings.
hammer. I should get that username.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I think I have to say this knight e6 move is the first moment of the game where I'm feeling a little bit more optimistic. It doesn't suit me to be the pessimist. You're always so, you know, just say things as they are. If things are bad, they're bad. I always want them to be good. I always want to find a silver lining. And for the first time today, I think things are looking up, you know?
Yeah, but also Pragnananda now spending 5 minutes thinking. It's like
Mm-hmm.
he makes this really committal decision, putting his knight blocking the bishop, and then he starts thinking after Hikaru plays the obvious move in return. I mean, that's not. I mean, number one, that's good for Hikaru, like you said, a reason for optimism. But number two, it's just bad decision making, it's bad logic. Why would you make the committal move and then start thinking instead of spending that time thinking before you
Mm-hmm.
commit the knight's placement? So I feel like that's, even if the computers say it's completely fine for black, I do think this move has made it more difficult to find the right plan, which in turn create some optimism for Hikaru. At the very least, I no longer fear that Hikaru is going to be worse, which was a genuine consideration I made, just for that fact that Hikaru seemed surprised in the opening, and there were these two black pawns really having an amazing grip on the center.
By the way, Drewsmut was asking if Pragg is taking his time. Well, he has now made his move. Could we glimpse at some other games? We might at some point in the future, but I think it's more likely if there is something crazy going on in another game, let us know, and we might take a look when we get the chance. But I don't think we're gonna jump around randomly anytime soon. So if something crazy is going on and we have a bit of downtime, we will happily take a look. But now, especially with Hikaru to move again, let's say here, bishop d7. Does the bishop ever want to go back to e8 and maybe activate along that diagonal? I don't know.
That's what the computer is suggesting, but like bishop e8 followed by bishop h5. I mean, that's a classy maneuver if he can complete it.
I see also that Theo in the chat is just saying 12 games in this position, every single one a draw. So that's also, you know, better his stats than we saw earlier.
Yeah, it's a fairly equal position, but it's not like a balanced position. It might be equal because you know, chess is a difficult game and it's difficult to outmaneuver and outthink your opponent. But like, so white has two central points. If we only look at the four most central files on the board, we can see that black has the strategy of kind of having the pawns on the outer edges of the center and then pointing in, whereas white has the pawns genuinely in the center, but then a bit pointing out in return. I'm not sure what to think about this. There are definitely benefits to having the central pawn like Hikaru does, but notice also how white has the pawns grouped in three. So like there's two pawns working together on the right, two pawns on the left, and two in the center. Whereas black has a different strat in that black has 3 on one side and 3 on the other. And that should in general favor black. It's usually better to have fewer groupings because it means the pawns work better together. In general, I like these kind of positions as black, but especially now that you kind of made a point out of it, Fiona, I don't want to be just the gloomy guy. But yeah, I don't think this opening has been super successful. I did think Pragg made his life a little bit unnecessarily difficult with this knight, but seeing that the computer is going to resolve this problem with the bishop, so the bishop couldn't get out because the knight was blocking, but now computer is saying, well, we just go the long way round and we still get that bishop out pointing down on white's position. And that's such a classy plan. And black just seems to have amazing central control. So the optimism I brought today was mainly talking about the upsets within Hikaru's bracket. But as for
that's
the chess
not enough,
part,
Ludwig.
yeah, for the chess part, I'm unconvinced by this opening.
Let me ask you, I feel like, okay, I'm a purely e4 player. I've maybe strayed from e4 twice in my whole life, so I don't have any experience with these kind of positions. If I hadn't seen anything that transpired so far, and somebody just gave me this position, and I had to come up with a plan for white, how do you even go on about starting to, do you start thinking, okay, should I exchange some pieces? I would also look at the queen on d1. I feel at some point I want to get that queen out, but I'm not too sure right now where it wants to go. I'm very unsure. I want to touch my e-pawn. So how do you recommend that I went on about coming up with a plan here?
It's difficult for me to answer questions like that because I just don't really relate to. I don't understand.
I
kind of
don't
like,
relate to being as bad at chess as you are.
I mean, I wouldn't use those words, and I didn't.
But the implication was very clear, don't worry.
Yeah. Well, so the thing is, you say, "Oh, I don't know anything about this because I play pawn to e4, and here Hikaru played the pawn to c4." But that's a very narrow-minded way of looking at it. This pawn structure is actually quite a typical one within an e4 opening, namely the accelerated dragon. It's just that you need to pretend that the black pieces are in fact the white pieces. So if we go to the beginning here, so when black plays e5, this essentially becomes a reversed Sicilian. And what is a reversed Sicilian? Well, it means that it's kind of like this, that here pawn to e5 and then pawn to c4. If the black pieces were white, then this would be the Sicilian because it's e4 followed by c5. And so what the point I'm trying to make is that you say you play e4.
Yeah, but I also don't play any open Sicilians. So.
Well, yeah, well that's going to be a problem. But let me conclude my thesis here. When you play like this is one of the main lines of the accelerated dragon.
Yeah.
And this becomes very familiar.
Yeah. That is a fair point. I think what I'm taking away from this is I need to broaden my repertoire and my overall chess knowledge, and then I won't be asking those kind of questions in the future.
But this is actually an important discussion to have.
Yeah.
Because this is what we have in the game. The main difference being that white Hikaru has an extra move here compared to what Pragg. So here after knight e3, bishop d7, here it's white's move, which means you can start doing this plan if you want to. But in Hikaru's game, we had this same position. This was identical, except for, you gotta mirror it in your head. And here, instead of bishop maneuvering out here, it's Hikaru's turn. And Hikaru plays knight d5. So Hikaru is essentially, and that's kind of the point I made pretty early on, that this is a bit of a risky opening and an opening with a bad reputation. Because Hikaru's essentially playing a black opening with an extra move. And so then it's his responsibility to make that extra move matter. So here, knight d5 is the move he chooses. And now this bishop is trapped. So Hikaru is guaranteeing himself that he'll be able to capture this bishop and get the bishop pair. But then it becomes a question, how relevant will that be? Will you manage to challenge black's grip on the center? Underwhelmed asks, that seems like a positive, playing a black opening with an extra move. Which is a fair point. An extra move we often consider quite good, but consider this. Normally, with a black opening, if you're super successful, the position is equal. More often than not, you're going to be very slightly worse with black. So when you're playing a black opening with an extra move, often what is the case is that instead of being very slightly worse, you're equal because of you have that extra move, but you're not. It's rare that you're going to be better when kind of, yeah, reversing it like this.
Interesting considerations. I'm gonna take a timeout for 1 second from them. There was a question in the chat. Where was it? The question was Hikaru versus Magnus when? I actually can't see it now, so I can't read out who it was. But if you mean in this tournament, if Hikaru takes on Magnus, it will be in the final. So it's still a long way to go. But if Hikaru versus Magnus happens, it will be on August 22nd, the first day of the final. By the way, Jan Ludwig, we talked about this off air. Is the final still 4 games as it used to be? It's only two games for the final, as well as for the match for 3rd place, which will be important because there are 3 qualifying spots for the candidates at stakes. So yeah, if Magnus against Hikaru, August 22nd, that will be the final match of this World Cup. If it goes to tiebreak, 24th of August will be the last day of this event, which really is a grueling tournament. I can't believe we're still, 2 weeks away from the conclusion of this tournament, and it feels like it has already been going for quite a while. But anyway, back to this game. The bishop on e7. Yes, we can get the bishop here on the next move if we want, but the bishop on e7 right now doesn't look like the best piece on the board. So I was wondering if Pragg continues with his plan of bringing the bishop back to e8. We talked about this being an idea to bring the bishop rerouted to h5. Do we actually even want to take on e7? I guess the bishop isn't going anywhere for now.
Yeah, that's a fair point. We could take, but we don't lose the opportunity of capturing even if we don't do it now. So in terms of flexibility, not capturing the bishop makes a lot of sense. That being said, what was the plan of this knight maneuver if not to capture the bishop? So I guess we're gonna take at some moment, but not necessarily this one. The problem is if we take, queen takes back, we're giving this queen a very nice safe placement because now there's nothing that can challenge the queen from its positioning. It's going to point down towards the white pawn along the e file, and since the queen moved, the queen has now released a square for the black rook to go to next move, and that black rook together with the queen exerting tremendous. I mean, it's both exerting pressure against white's pawns, but also giving pressure against the center of the board. This is not very nice. You can see the eval bar saying that black has the advantage of almost a pawn, despite material being equal and white having the bishop pair, which goes to say that this pawn structure is actually rather favorable for black. The way the pawns are placed, they have to be better for black because even though white had the bishop pair, now computer is hating white's position. So we the point of this knight moving forward, it has to be capturing the black bishop, but then it's kind of terrifying seeing how negative the computer is if we capture too early.
Okay, so let's go back to that position. If bishop e8, if we don't want to capture so early, what do we want to do? What's our plan, Jan Ludwig? I'm not too sure if you could maybe...
I guess we're going e3.
Really?
I don't think we have a choice. So part of the thing here is that our queen doesn't have a lot of good squares. One square where having the queen seems pretty nice is b3. Then we can exert pressure on this pawn, but we're also pointing against the undefended knight and the black king. This is the kind of move that makes Pragg maybe scared to move his queen bishop back, because he then loses protection on this knight. And if the queen moves forward, now there's tricky stuff like maybe sacrificing your knight, giving a knight for just a pawn, but then afterwards you're attacking the rook, attacking the queen, attacking the knight. There's a lot of threats at the same time, and this becomes very, very tricky for black to deal with. Computer is saying there's some miracle pawn to c4, saving everything, but it showcases the potential strength of this queen pointing down towards the king. So that is something we would like to do. However, if we do this, then at some point that queen is going to get kicked out. Okay, apparently doing it immediately just loses a pawn. But say black first defends the pawn that's being threatened, and when white tries to reinforce the position, now the queen gets kicked out. So it makes a lot of sense playing e3 to take control of this d4 square, stopping the black knights from getting here, which in turn means that next move we can safely move our queen to b3, from where it will have this pressure on the black pawn, on the black knight, and towards the black king.
I was really concerned if we go e3. I understand why we want to do that. I was really worried that d3 might become weak. We talked about the bishop going to h5. Maybe here it would rather go to g6. And in some cases, you know, put some pressure down there. But the engine doesn't seem to think that this is a concern.
Right now I'm changing my mind. I'm starting to think Hikaru's idea with moving this knight up doesn't necessarily have to be capturing the bishop. It might just be that this knight is kind of annoying to deal with, and it's blocking the queen. For instance, now if the bishop moves back, pawn up, the queen can no longer capture that d3 pawn you were concerned about, because we moved the knight up to control that that open file. So here, effectively, the knight is protecting the pawn by standing in the queen's path.
Fine by me is making a point. You know, I'm always happy to find out positives. I feel we need more of that. For the first time in this game, we are up on the clock. It's true that Pragg had been playing the opening very fast, and I'm with you. You made that point earlier. I thought it was very curious that Pragg started spending time after he decided to go knight e6. He made that decision, which is quite committal because you close your own bishop. He made that move fast, and after that started going into the tank, which has been a bit bizarre.
Yeah. It's a good thing. As commentators of this stream. And yeah, I mean, it's not a bad move. The knight moving up is not a bad move in itself, but it did make his future decisions trickier.
Yeah.
And we'll take those. Right now, the computer is actually preferring black's position, but that doesn't have to be a bad thing. This is the kind of situation where the person who understands the plans in the position will be the one with the best chance to win. Partly because if you understand the plans, you can make your decisions quicker, so you may pressure your opponent on time. And also, if you understand the plans, maybe you just make better moves.
That seems logical to me. I think we can all agree. We can all agree on that. And I'm curious, actually, I have to say, to see what Pragg's next move is going to be. We talked about bishop e8 a bunch, but if not bishop e8, then how does black improve their position? I see the
I
engine
could
is talking
imagine
about rook.
like
Mm-hmm.
king h8 or b6
Mm-hmm.
is the kind of classic moves. King h8 because we saw how annoying it could be to get a queen pointing down
Mm-hmm.
where the king is placed. So I could see that happening. And here we see a computer immediately being very happy about
Mm-hmm.
White's situation. And this goes to show that we don't need to be pessimistic on Hikaru's behalf just because the computer says black is better. Because what is rather normal moves for black leads the computer to think white is much better. So this is the kind of position that's hanging on a thread, and really, there's much more to it than it's imbalanced. So making a step in the wrong direction, making a poor decision on which plan to proceed with, that can actually have a big influence, more so than in many other situations.
Yeah, for sure.
Um,
I think this is a position where really, if Pragg is unsure now what is the best way to continue, I'm really surprised that a natural move like king h8 could turn things around so quickly that suddenly white has a very nice position. So I'm getting more and more optimistic, I have to say, about Hikaru's position. And Pragg, I've seen Pragg, play quite a bit. He's someone who I think tends to spend quite a bit of time. And I have to say, when was it? 3 days ago, I was traveling, and I would sometimes check into you and James's commentary, and it feels so nice when the opponent's time is just going down and down. And I was like, okay, I think good things are gonna happen here at some point. I mean, so yeah, Pragg is thinking here. It looks like the engine really wants bishop e8, and anything else it's not so fond of. It's also suggesting rook b8, which makes sense, right? Because that was a move when we were bringing our queen to b3 that had to be interjected. It's also, as you're pointing out, stepping out of diagonal. But once again, the computer just says this a4 move again, stopping any black advances on the queen side. And I'm not sure why it's liking it so much for white, but I'm very happy to see it.
yeah, no, it's strange, but I think in general this is just a difficult position.
Yeah.
Um, and I mean, it was made difficult by this knight to e6 move.
I think you made a very good point at the time that especially in this format, bishop e6 makes a lot more sense. There was a question much earlier in the chat, is this best of 3? No, so the whole World Cup is best of 2. The players play 2 classical games. If they are tied, they move on to tie breaks.
Where they
Yeah,
play
if
2 rapid games, and if that's
Mhm.
tied, they play 2 quick rapid games. If that's tied, they play 2 slow blitz games. So it's all pairs of 2s.
Exactly. So yeah, I'm very curious about what Pragg has done, but I think as Hikaru fans, we should be very happy to see it. I think with Pragg in the tank here, this is a good moment for us to go on our first break of the day. But we'll see you very soon. I think this game is going to come to life very, very soon. It's been double-edged from the start, but things are gonna start happening here. So do join us, and we'll see you on the other side of this break. Hello and welcome back to round 4, game 1. And while we were away, Pragg finally decided on a move. In this position we had on the board for quite a while. He played rook b8, one of the moves we had mentioned, and Hikaru here very quickly made a very committal decision here, Ludwig.
Yeah, pawn to e4. It's the cliched expression. Pawns don't move backwards. And sometimes that is more important than other times. And this feels like one of those very important moments. Because the consequence of this e-pawn not being able to move backwards is that now the pawn has gone past the e3 square, which means it can no longer prevent the black knights from not only moving to the d4 square, but really establishing themselves. And also this pawn is blocking the white bishop. So there are a lot of very negative things about this move, but there's also some good things. Mainly the fact that the knight on d5 is now officially a monster, and Pragg will not be able to push this knight out. This knight is going to stay here in the middle, within black's half of the board. And it's just going to stay there and be annoying for a very long time. So Hikaru here relying on his knight and giving up pretty much everything else. We're very reliant on this knight being a monster now. Also, worth mentioning, this other knight is going to the f5 square. So maybe that knight is going to be pretty good as well. And we see in both cases, the white pawn that just moved forward will play a part in keeping the aggressive knights protected.
Yeah, and I see a lot of people in chat pointing out the engine did not like e4. But again, I think it's a very different matter if you're just looking at the eval bar and if you're Pragg sitting at the board here, because the move it wants is b5, which is only helping us do the maneuver that you were just talking about, bringing...
Yeah, but at the same time, I was suggesting that maneuver because I kind of realized we had to move the knight. I do think b5 here is a very good move. But it's not really about this knight or the pawn for that matter, or the rook. I think b5 is a good plan because of this bishop. So pawn to b5 kicks the white knight. The knight will have to retreat. And now, seeing as how the knight moved backwards, we can move our bishop forward. And white does get these very two knights working together, but black is able to take a bishop that was pointing or being blocked by pawns in two directions where it stood, but the bishop now finds a better placement where no pawns are blocking it. In fact, one of the black pawns is supporting the bishop, and it's also making threats down towards white's half of the board.
Now that you made this point, that leads me to wonder, if we go back to b5, is it time now to get rid of that bishop on e7, and rather than bringing the knight from c4 to f5, just try and replace that knight on d5? So is that an option here?
It's a good question, but I think I decided I think in order to make e4 good, you need to have a knight on d5. And if you make the trade, I'm concerned black is just going to take back with the knight. And then we tried to reroute to d5, like you said. And then like bishop c6. And suddenly black's control of this square is supreme. And we're not getting that very, very important knight placement in the center. This kind of thing, maybe not these exact moves in this order, but in general, I do feel like
Mhm.
trading off the knight will mean that we have a tough time replacing its positioning. So I don't think we should do that. I do think we should go back. And then when the bishop comes in, maybe we can do something like bishop c3 and kind of anticipate the bishop's arrival and have our bishop counter blacks on the diagonal. And the benefit of this would be like black could never capture our bishop
Mhm.
because then we take back with the pawn and we regain control of the big weakness in the position, the square d4. But yeah, no, it's. I think the key here is just that it's a very tricky position. It's a
Mhm.
very unbalanced position. And we're back to the platitudes we did earlier, right? And that it's the kind of position which favors the better player, the player with the better understanding of the pawn structure. And well, right now, according to the computer, Hikaru has displayed the inferior understanding, but Hikaru makes this committal pawn move with a very human perspective. And just because the computer finds ways that can make black's pieces work together,
Mhm.
it doesn't mean that Pragnananda is going to find the same things. In fact, very often at this level, if a player misjudges something or makes a mistake, the other player often kind of makes the same mistake. Like
Mhm.
very often, these top players can anticipate each other's mistakes without thinking their mistakes, right? That they both have the same train of thought because they're both humans, they're both top players. So their way of thinking is very often the same. What I mean by that is that if Hikaru believes this position is fine for white, then probably Pragdananda believes that as well, because they have both some understanding here that's a human understanding. And then maybe the computer comes in and says, well, no, actually, black is better if this because of that. And
And
it's
I
not
think
necessarily going to happen in the game because Hikaru and Pragnananda think in the same way, and that thinking is what led Hikaru to play this e4 move.
I was just gonna say, I think that really, I think everything you just said points at e4. I saw someone saying in the chat that e4 is weirdly risky, but I think Hikaru had a lot of time when Pragg was considering his move rook b8, and I think he understood that e4, might not be the best move, but making it quickly, making it confidently, that he feels he establishes some sort of psychological edge, if I can call it that. But Pragg, he he is up to the challenge. He decides to go b5 and ask that knight from c4 what it's going to do. Is it
Yeah,
going to drop back and allow?
good move, but obvious move
Mhm.
from Pragg. And I think, well, just the reason for Hikaru not being at the board, I feel like if he didn't have a plan against this b4 move, b5 move, he probably should have stayed at the board. It's a very difficult balance. Most of the time when your opponent is thinking, you should not be at the board. You should not spend your own energies thinking, because you should rather kind of relax and save your energy for something that actually might happen in the game. It's very frustrating. We also saw Hikaru mention this about the previous game he played on Sunday, that he had thought for like 20 minutes on a move and then his opponent just didn't make the same move he had been thinking about. So that kind of thing can be very frustrating, and that's why most of the time when the opponent is thinking, you're just gonna try and relax. That being said, I do feel b5 is such an obvious move for black that even if Hikaru wasn't sitting at the board thinking, he would kind of wonder, okay, if he goes b5, what am I going to do about that? As he was walking around trying to think about the look at the other games. So I'm expecting a fairly quick move here from Hikaru. Um, and if the move is not quick, I'm a bit concerned because if he hasn't decided already, taking the bishop and moving the knight back are two very different moves with very like drastically different consequences. So that's going to be a tricky decision to make, and maybe yeah. So I either he's going to play fairly quickly within 5 minutes, or this might be one of those moments where you spend 20-25 minutes on a single move because it's so defining for the rest of the game.
Yeah, those are very good points. There's one move I see the engine mentions that we haven't talked about, that is knight a5, relying on tactics of the undefended bishop on e7. But it still looks like a weird move, moving away from all the action. Do you feel there's any merit to knight a5?
No, I think maybe you have better options, but for black in a knockout tournament, you just take that one and then you take that one, and you're like, oh, you managed to take my bishop and give a check. Yeah, congratulations. Uh, but you're not actually doing anything. We traded off two pieces. Your bishop is being blocked by your own pawn. And your knight is almost trapped. So this just it feels
Do I
wrong.
not have anything? You know me, I already talked plenty about, I'm a coffee house attacking player. Queen h5 doesn't do anything here.
Queen h5 is a fair attempt. Because now if I try and trap the knight actually exploits the fact that the queen is pointing down on the black king. But I think we return to this bishop e8 move, which both kicks the queen and takes control of the g6 square. So this feels okay for black. Actually, the computer is saying pawn to e5, which is just wild. But at the same time, it does address some of my concerns in the position, which was specifically that this bishop was being stopped by its own pawn, and that the knight was about to be trapped.
So what's the point? If takes, now queen h5, and then the pawn will be hanging.
Okay, I didn't even get that. Honestly, I thought the point was something like bishop e4, so that you get this queen pointing down on the king. But yeah, okay. Takes and then queen h5, and then it makes a lot of sense, because there's a lot of activity in white's pieces, and you're making a lot of threats. Here, kicking both the rook and the knight at the same time, and if the rook defends the knight, there's a very sweet queen sacrifice to get the back rank checkmate.
This line
Okay.
doesn't actually look that bad if we have this e5. So if we return, I see someone in the chat, potato is saying knight a5 achieves nothing after knight e5 in response.
Yeah. I don't know about nothing. Because when we force the black knight to e5, it takes out the plan where the bishop wanted to go to e5. And now the knight has less control of the d4 square. I don't know. Maybe this is clever. Especially like in the knockout format, it's like the first thing black checks out is like, oh, you want to trade? I'll trade. Like, and this kind of move could be deceptive. It could make Pragg think that, oh, Hikaru just wants a draw
Mm-hmm.
because he's unhappy with like his position and he wants to just make some trades, and likely after the tactics, maybe it'll peter out somehow.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel like the first move Pragg would check out is knight takes. I
Mm-hmm.
mean, I don't know. I feel like this is very sensible. I mean, this feels like it's good for black, and then computer comes up with e5, and suddenly it's bad for black. It's
Yeah,
very
E5.
nice.
Mm-hmm.
These kinds of moves where you have like this hidden resource to alter the initial instinct of the position. It's, they're pretty nice. Like that's the kind of thing that people at this level could miss, right?
Yeah, for sure. Jan Ludwig, chat is asking if there is any merit in taking on e7 first. We already briefly discussed it, but maybe we can do it again.
Yeah. So before we started talking about this knight a5 move, I was saying, okay, either you go back or you make the trade.
Mm-hmm.
The difference here is knight back allows the bishop to live, and the bishop makes it up to the nice central squares. The problem with taking the bishop out is that you lose your blockading knight, and even if you try to get a knight up there in the future, you could imagine like knight takes e7, gets more control there, and then last time I said bishop c6, but apparently that's bad because there's some pressure. Now I kind of want to say knight d4, but I
Mm-hmm.
see there's b4. Mm,
This isn't actually that clear, is it?
no, it's not. But say something like a5 then, just
Mm-hmm.
preventing this pawn to b4 plan. And it's like you're not gonna get your knight to d5 because black has that under control with their knight. And I mean, you can still go there, and then you have doubled isolated pawns, and it doesn't feel right.
No. Yeah.
Um, so I'm leaning towards not making the trade simply because I'm not sure I'll be able to replace the knight on d5. And I feel like white needs to have this knight on d5 in order to justify the other weaknesses that have been created, in particular, the fact that there are no white pawns that can challenge for control of the d4 square, and that there's a pawn blocking the bishop's path.
Meanwhile, we've gotten our answer to what you were wondering about. Either we'll see a quick move with Hikaru having anticipated b5, which was the most logical. We did not get a quick move. And I think this really is a critical position because I think those are the three options. Just drop the knight back, take on e7 or knight a5. And all three moves lead to completely different positions. It's a huge moment here. What do you think? Now that we've taken a bit of a look at the three, are you still most tempted by bringing the knight back to e3, or do
No,
you think there's...
I'm kind of liking this knight to a5, which is weird because that's like it was definitely not the first thing I considered, but when we kind of looked at some of the consequences, I mean, number one, knight a5 has a trap already. It's like, ooh, maybe we can trap the opponent. Maybe he'll misjudge or miss that pawn sacrifice later on in the variation. So right now I'm liking this, and then knight back is my second choice, and my third choice is giving up this knight. Because I do think the white knight is a very, very important in the center, and I am concerned we will be unable to replace it should we trade it off initially. So, yeah. But Yeah, no, that yeah, and look also at Hikaru. He looks a bit pained. I was watching the video on the delayed feed, so maybe that happened.
I think it looked to me like he was reaching to take on e7 a second ago.
Okay. Well, stands to reason I am not a top tier chess player in the world.
It's also I think if he sees that e5 pawn sack, or shall we call it temporary pawn sack, I think that makes a5 way more tempting, but I don't know how obvious finding e5 from a distance is.
I don't know. I feel like it's the kind of thing Hikaru would see though.
Mm-hmm.
Like he likes to have some trickiness in his variations.
Siebef is asking, can someone answer what if knight a3 here?
The knight a3 is on the edge of the board, but it's also like it's backwards on the edge of the board. So it has none of the benefits. Even knight a5, like it's not a move we're super happy to play because on the edge of the board, the knight is only controlling 4 squares. He does go for the trade. Okay. So knight a3 is like the much worse little brother of knight to a5, which already was not perfect. Instead, Hikaru takes the bishop pair, which, as a guardian of the bishops, I gotta respect. But as far as blocking the d file and making sure that black is unable to put pressure down on this d3 pawn, it's not optimal.
We always looked at knight takes here. I see the engine has a slight preference. Okay, I don't know how reliable it is, but right now a slight preference for queen e7, which I'm struggling to make sense of because after knight e3, now you're not gonna stop us, right, from jumping back into d5.
Yeah. I guess the point is that the knight is better placed. So if the knight moves back, the knight becomes a defensive knight.
Mm-hmm.
But if the knight remains, then this guy can jump forward. Okay, apparently not like that.
Why not? Can we see why that was so bad?
B4.
Oh.
So
Okay.
when Hikaru takes the dark squared bishop, it means that if he can kind of take back control of the dark squares on the board, then he's doing very, very well because he has the bishop to attack those squares, while black does not. And so Pragnananda needs to be very careful now about allowing Hikaru to challenge the pieces that control these central squares. So these are the key. Let me do that in green. These are the key pieces now, because they are doing the great job of controlling the dark squares in the center. As far as the white squares go, Hikaru is the only one trying to control the light squares, and Pragnananda has been happy seeding the light squares in exchange of the dark squares, and that means if Hikaru is able to challenge back on the dark squares, then he's going to be controlling both, which is ultimately
Mm-hmm.
like the way you win the fight for central control. Pragg takes with the queen and he does it quickly. Wow, 2 decisions in a row where I was just completely off base.
Well, I think Pragg had a lot of time, right? Because Hikaru spent a bunch of time on knight takes e7. And I think Pragg was probably mostly considering what am I going to do if he takes and what am I going to do if he plays knight e3. So I think a quick decision here is a result of having had a lot of time to
Yeah, no, the pace
consider.
of the decision is fine. I'm just unhappy that I thought it was better to take with the knight and he took with the queen so quickly.
So okay, now knight e3 I think will be played
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, for
quickly.
sure.
And then this feels like quite a big moment for Pragg now.
Yeah. I'm more happy about Hikaru's decision to take the bishop now that I know that the queen would recapture. Because now we do get the knight to d5. I was somehow I was concerned about the long-term safety of this pawn on d3, but that pawn can only be attacked if you can put enough pressure down the file, which you cannot if there's a white knight blocking. And the white knight blocking cannot be challenged unless you have the knight to kind of step back and go after it. So it's still a very tense position. It's a very tricky game. But it must be said that in these kind of tense positions in the first game of a knockout, it's always in black's favor, right? Because if white somehow manages to win, you're like, oh, okay, well played. You maneuvered well and you won a tricky position. But if Pragg now wins with the black pieces, Hikaru's pretty much out. He needs to win with black himself to strike back, which is an incredibly difficult task when the white player has no incentive to try and create a game. That's what's happening here, and that's why Hikaru said he prefers having the black pieces first, because now with the white pieces, he's active. He's playing an opening with a dubious reputation. He's trying to create imbalance. But if that imbalance results in him losing, then for Pragnananda's white game, Pragg is going to be like, I'm going to play the most boring chess this world has ever seen because I only need a draw to make it through to the next round.
I think one bit of good news, in my opinion, is that both players have been spending quite a lot of time to get to this position. We're only on move 17. And Pragg is, down to 50 minutes as he makes the decision to jump into d4 with the knight, the e knight, which was the better knight. But still, we already see the computer reacting slightly, saying, okay, this was not what I thought was the best move. I think time could become a factor here in an hour and a bit.
I agree, but at the same time, if you look at kind of like the habits of these players, Hikaru has a habit, in particular with the white pieces, to play very quickly and try and use the clock to put pressure. Whereas, like you said, Pragnananda has a reputation for spending a lot of time and often getting himself into time scrambles. So, can we really be that happy about Hikaru's time being equal to Pragnananda, given that their history should suggest that Hikaru gets quite a chunkable, significant time lead?
I think I see what you're saying, but I still feel we shouldn't so much focus on the time that Hikaru has spent rather than the time that Pragg has left, because I think Pragg, of course, I mean, he's a tremendously strong player, but I feel all of these players feel if they get in time pressure, it's never a pleasant feeling when you have to make, moves just on increment or with a couple of minutes on the clock, but it's especially unpleasant when Hikaru is the one sitting opposite you. So
And that
I
is
still
such,
feel...
yeah, that is such a good point. And it was also relevant on Sunday, but kind of in the opposite manner. Because at some point on Sunday, with Hikaru playing the white pieces against Benjamin Gladura, a game he won, which qualified him to this match, Hikaru at some point was up by 45 minutes. But the reality of the situation was that it didn't really matter how much time Hikaru was up. What mattered was how much time Gladura had left. When Hikaru was up 45 minutes, his position wasn't really that impressive. Later on, Hikaru was only up by 10 minutes, But that was more impactful because Gladura was under 10, made a mistake, and lost the game. And I feel like that's precisely what you're saying here, that it's not about the difference in time, it's about how much Pragnananda has left. Because even if the time is equal right now, Hikaru might manage to get a 20-minute time advantage within the next hour. And then what really matters is how much time Pragg has left. So, and Hikaru plays the sensible move. We really need this knight on d5 to justify our pawn weaknesses. So when Hikaru made the trade, he immediately goes to replace that knight. But the problem is now White has one good knight, but Pragnananda has two, and he has positionings for two of them. So bishop f4, challenging the queen, challenging the rook. Black
There's that
gets,
skewer I was on about earlier.
yeah. Black gets those knights into position. And I mean, this just looks amazing for Black. The knights are fantastic. Black has two good knights. White has one. And someone said in chat, like, blunder inaccuracy earlier on when Pragnananda played knight d4. But I'm pretty sure knight d4 was pretty high up on the computer's list earlier. It just fell down because the computer was realizing the significance of this position that we arrived at. So here, after bishop f4, attacking the queen, knight e5, here the computer said the reason for this being so good for white was pawn to b4, which is an incredible pawn sacrifice. Giving up that pawn for free, but by making Black accept the sacrifice, Black loses the pawn control of the d4 square. And then after queen d2 attacking the pawn, Black defends, then queen f2 challenges the knight that now lost its defense. And the computer is saying this is almost winning for Hikaru, despite Hikaru just giving up a pawn for nothing.
I mean,
But
that's unbelievable.
yeah,
I see chat is not happy at all about the move Hikaru played instead.
yeah, and that kind of showcases how difficult of a position this is or was. Because the best move here for Hikaru would have given him a big advantage, but it was sacrificing a pawn. The move Hikaru played, queen d2, is the same plan. It's the same idea. Hikaru wants to go b4. He just didn't realize that this b4 move was so important. He could have done it just as a clean pawn sacrifice. Whereas now, after queen d2, Black actually has the chance to stop this. Hikaru probably thinks, no, he can't stop it, because if a5, trying to take control of that square, then queen takes that a5 pawn. But instead, just b4. And b4, this creates weaknesses in Black's pawn structure, but it prevents White from challenging the pawn on c5. And the pawn on c5 is so crucial to protecting the knight on d4. So Hikaru should have gone pawn b4 and then queen d2. He has the right plan, but the wrong execution. And the difference between the right execution and the wrong execution is the difference between White being much better and Black being much better. Because that's what the computer is saying now. After b4, preventing White's plan, Black has these two amazing knights in the center. White only has one good knight. And it's better to have two than one, so Black is much better.
What worries me here is that b4 seems quite an obvious response for black to make, because queen d2, I mean, our intentions are not very subtle, right? And if as black you want to stop b4, playing b4 yourself is the only way to go, right?
And playing b4 kind of opens up for the bishop to make some pressure. So yeah.
Okay, but how bad is this position?
I mean, I thought this position was bad for white.
Hmm.
To me, it's amazing that this b4 resource even existed, and in particular that it's so strong. Like, one thing is making this sacrifice and saying now the pawn can no longer protect the knight, but to then realize that, oh, this was not a resource that white was kind of desperately trying to. I mean, when I see b4, if I hadn't had the computer right now, I would say, oh, b4 is probably a tricky drawing move.
Mm-hmm.
Because you realize that these two knights are so strong and you need to try and challenge the pawn that is enabling, or, well, challenge both pawns. You don't like to challenge this guy as well, because that pawn is kind of doing the same thing as the c5 pawn. But you can challenge this guy, but you can go after this. So pawn to b4. I think without the computer, I would feel like, oh, that's a good move. Oh, maybe it tries to make a draw from like a bad position, because it looked like black's knights were dominating.
I
But to
have to say,
actually
I'm a
then,
little bit surprised that Hikaru played queen d2 so quickly, but I mean, he's gone from the board now, but he looked quite confident when he played it. I struggle to believe he doesn't see b4 at all. But I wonder what he has planned after that. I think Hikaru is just following his strategy of, looking confident and trying to pass the ball back to Pragg as quickly as possible.
yeah, no, and I agree with you. Hikaru did look confident, but it's
I see.
always a bit of
Mhm.
a mood killer when Hikaru has an amazing move and doesn't see it. And in particular, when it wasn't even on his radar, right? The fact that he played quickly means that he didn't even consider pawn to b4, despite that obviously being his plan on the next move.
I see that Tilted Monk is saying the engine line is very complex after before. Don't think black is that much better. So let's try and follow that engine line and try to understand maybe what Hikaru's plan is.
Okay, so pawn b4, a brilliant move, simply because it prevents white from playing their pawn to b4.
So what's the engine line? Rook f2?
Computer says rook f2. I'm not sure I'm a believer.
I'm just trying to understand what those insane lines are that the chat is on about.
I want to play a3. It's kind of difficult playing a3 considering black has this double attack. It would be nice to open up for this rook. Okay, rook f2.
Okay, okay.
Maybe you can sack your knight.
Yeah, I mean, must be something like that, because the position, it just looks not fun for us right now. Black has those beautiful knights, black has more space. So where is that insanity?
I don't know. I feel like strategically we need to sacrifice.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe h3. We would also like to challenge. We need to challenge this pawn. either by sacrificing. So essentially, these two black pawns are holding the knights in place. We want to challenge the pawns. We wanted to go b4 and challenge this guy, but that was prevented. So when that's prevented, we gotta turn our attention to the other side of the board and see if we can go after the f6 pawn.
And Jan Ludwig, Tilted Monk just pasted a line in the chat, so maybe just so after rook f2, because I think it could very well be that some of the people in chat are working with a stronger engine than us. So after rook f2, he's saying a4.
Well, he's saying b3, which I'm not sure I like. b3, a5, a4. Rook c1.
That's the line that he put in chat.
Yeah, this is the line he posted, but this is just miserable for white, I mean. Just
Okay, let's get
rook here, protect, and then we can recapture here. Yeah. I don't know. I feel like we were onto something. I mean, Hikaru's never gonna play b3. You would never want to give. Number one, you're just moving a pawn without really having a reasoning for it, and you're also giving your. It's often called a hook when you give your opponent the opportunity to rush their pawns forward and attack one of the pawns that moved forward. So rook f2 makes sense. Well, honestly, h3 makes the most sense to me. h3 and then g4. Because we want to go g5 and challenge this black pawn that's holding everything together. And now if black tries to go h6, trying to stop us from going g5, then bishop sacrifices itself.
Okay, and this is
if
finally
that sacrifice is accepted,
yeah?
then this looks winning. Okay, computer's saying it's equal, but it looks winning.
Yeah, I mean, if they get this in a game with Pragg maybe having, 20 minutes on the clock, good luck to him. By the way,
computer saying rook f8, knight takes f6, black can just go king f7. Just step into the rook's pressure. Oh no, now the computer changed its mind.
because
which
of
seems
rook
fair,
f2, like what's rook f2?
Yeah, rook f2 is kind of wild. I guess you're controlling the e2 square to make sure there's no check.
Pragg did take a bunch of time, but unfortunately he has just played b4. Also, I think one of the things is, yeah, the position is not fun right now, but I don't think it's anywhere near losing. I see some people saying, oh, Hikaru is going to be in a must-win situation tomorrow. Yes, the position is not fun. It's not what we wanted to see today, but it's very, very far from losing.
I don't know about very, very far.
Far.
That was at least one very too many.
It's very far. Okay, I think Hikaru needs to somehow get some of that. He needs to go g4, g5 on the king side going, yeah.
Yeah. No, I think he needs to go h3. But when you start playing h3, you realize how desperate you are. Or at the very least, your opponent realizes. No, and it all hinged on one move. If Hikaru played b4, he probably wins this game. Like, b4 is unreal how good it is. And he didn't even think about it when he went queen d2. He already made up his mind. I wonder if that's because he didn't believe. I guess he
made up his mind about queen d2 all the way back when he took on e7.
I agree. He had calculated all of this and he just went with it. But if he had paused, there is a chance he would have realized how strong this sacrifice is. Which, hindsight is 2020, they say. I personally, I can say for 100% sure, I would never find this move.
Mm.
I don't like giving my pawns away. And here, you're not only giving your pawn away, but you're kind of giving black a rather
Mm.
dangerous 3 versus 1. So these pawns could easily continue forward and become very dangerous passed pawns trying to become new queens. So the only thing I'm pretty certain about is that I would never find this. But
Mm.
we have higher expectations of top players like Hikaru. And so B4 seems like a bit of a miss, in particular because after Queen D2 there's B4. I mean, if Pragnananda did not have a way of stopping that pawn advance, then fair enough. But Queen D2 is clearly played with the looking at the B4 square with the intention of playing the pawn forward. And yeah, Pragg very, very convincingly stops that advance. And now white is struggling because black has 2 well-placed knights and white only has 1.
How bad is it if we ever just take on e5? I know, I don't want to do it either.
So here black has the well-placed knights, but at least black doesn't have sole control of the dark squares because we do have some influence with our bishop. If we take with the bishop, we would solve the problem that black has 2 well-placed knights, but the queen comes in to take over. And then the question becomes, now black has a well-placed knight and a well-placed queen. Maybe we can make some counter threats towards the c5 pawn.
Okay, let's see. Rook c1 looks tempting.
Guess rook c8. Yeah, maybe this is okay. Oh, sorry. I'm not a fan,
Mm-hmm.
but it might be okay. But that's a tricky decision to make.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, maybe that's the biggest problem. Like, I think it takes... I mean, taking on e5, first of all, you're admitting I am worse. Hikaru goes for rook c1 instead.
Rook c1 maybe kind of threatens
Mm-hmm.
to take. So if Pragg now just continues advancing his pawns, then Hikaru can capture, and a queen cannot capture back because now the rook. That's why the rook is putting that pressure on the black pawn to make the queen busy. So Pragg probably then gonna defend.
I'm curious, in that line we went down after rook c1, a5, bishop takes, so we couldn't take with the queen as black, but it looked like the computer was quite happy to take with the pawn, which I didn't understand. Why is that so good for black? I thought I felt if I was white here and I didn't see the eval bar, I would feel I've made progress.
I mean, progress may be a bit too much.
Yeah, but I would like this
I'm
position
solid.
better
Yeah,
than the
it's
one.
like I'm really difficult to break down. And I agree with you. I went with the queen because I thought this seemed fine.
Is it because the bishop on g2 is so bad, or why are we so much worse here?
Yeah, this bishop is bad and this pawn is bad. I mean, this pawn is bad, but at least it's stopping the black pawn from advancing even further up. Is really this bishop being blocked by its own pawn? Is that really so crucial that it's the reason we're much worse? No, I don't know. This is a tricky position, but yeah, Hikaru's in trouble. I think it's fair to say Hikaru is in trouble, but it's not easy for Pragg to exploit.
John Ludwig, I have a job for you. Find us, we need to instill some optimism into you. Find us a move for Pragg that looks natural, but isn't very good. Tell us, what would you play? And maybe we can take it from there.
I would probably play rook e8.
Okay, let's see. How good or bad is rook e8?
Okay, rook c8 also makes sense. Like, I would either protect this guy or this guy, right? Because I
Yeah.
want to recapture with the queen. And this is what I talked about in terms of like human players making the same mistakes.
Yeah.
Look at this. Pragnananda didn't have to defend the pawn on c5 because the computer believes that capturing with a pawn is much, much better for black. But neither me nor you nor Pragg, and probably also Hikaru, wanted to allow that because the human way of playing chess is that we recapture this knight with the queen. And that's why we're going rook c8, so that we have queen to recapture. Even though in this position, it's not going to happen, but if it did, if Hikaru here captures the knight, Pragnananda would 100% take back with the queen, despite the computer saying there's a half pawn difference. It's saying almost a pawn difference. Like a human would take back with the queen, and computer says it's a horrible decision. But we know that Pragg thinks he wants to take back with the queen because that's why he moved the rook. There's absolutely no reason to play this move if not for the fact that you want to take back with the queen. So, yeah, sometimes even top level players don't make the right decisions. But that being said, I don't think Hikaru's position has gotten any easier because while Hikaru agrees that the queen should try and recapture, that also means he's never going to take on e5 because he believes that after queen takes back, black is much, much better when the computer actually says, it's not that clear. This is actually fine for white.
By the way, Stan March is saying, Hammer, it's your time to shine and jinx Pragg. I feel like Hammer is trying his best all this time. He doesn't need any encouragement. You know, he's convinced me already that we're in serious trouble. I don't know what.
Well, I'm mostly jinxing Hikaru, I think the complaint is. I'm not sharing my jinxing equally to the competitors.
There was one more question in the chat. Now I can't find it. But yeah, we see Hikaru now on the camera. We see him deep in thought here. Okay, we need to find a move here. I still like your h3 g4.
Me
plan.
too. That's why I said it.
Yeah.
The question is, after h3, like, can Pragg go h5 or is that madness?
Okay, you found a
I found a way for Pragg to mess up. Yes, Thank you. Your faith in me has been redeemed. Just, yeah. Your reverse faith in this reverse Sicilian.
Okay, so I mean h5, I can see it makes sense, you know,
I don't know. I
stopping
think it makes
g4.
sense. Stopping g4,
Yeah,
taking some space. And like the obvious response, uh, we keep this guy protected. Ah, but then g4. I didn't stop g4 at all, did I? Yeah, okay. The main idea of this move was stopping g4. It turns out on the next move, white gets it. So that actually lessens the probability
of h5.
of Hikaru playing, no, of Pragg
Of
playing h5.
h3. Okay, we're gonna leave Hikaru to it for now. Time. Okay, I still think that time could be a factor. You know, I think Pragg has been playing very well so far, and yes, he still has 36 minutes. But on the upside, he still needs to make 19 moves. So we're gonna leave Hikaru to think about his next move, which I think will be another quite a big decision. We'll be back very shortly for the remainder of this game, which is not looking great right now, no, but I'm still optimistic. So that's something at least. We'll catch you guys on the other side of this break. Hello and welcome back to this first game of round 4. Unfortunately, if you're just joining us now, Hikaru is in some trouble, and I think Jan Ludwig, that is made clear by the fact that he's spending a lot more time than we're used to seeing him spending, but he goes with your idea. H3 is on the board.
Sweet. I must say that when you wanted us to be optimistic on Hikaru's behalf, you did say, how about you just suggest the move you would have made and see what the computer thinks about that. I feel like it's a bit weird that you're now celebrating that Hikaru played the move I suggested.
I was thinking for Pragg, not for Hikaru.
Well, I mean, it has to go both ways,
I didn't say it was a good
right?
thing that he made your move, you know? I just said he made your move.
I feel like you implied that it was good that he made my move, no?
I like the idea of doing something on the king side, just because I feel, well, we have to do something, and I think we want to do something which is going to ask, in practical terms, that's going to ask the more questions of Pragg, and I feel H3 is such a move.
Yeah, no, I mean, it makes perfect sense to me. We missed an opportunity to put pressure in towards the c5 pawn, but now we're going after the f6 pawn. And these pawns are the most important ones on the board because they are the ones securing the placement of the knights, and the knights is the reason that Hikaru is in trouble. So, no, I mean, I suggested h3 because I thought it's a good move. Hikaru plays it because he believes it's a good move. Yeah.
And now, okay, the ball in Pragg's court. If you're in Pragg's shoes here, are you worried about g4 on the next move?
Yeah.
So what do? Do you think I'll deal with that when the pawn appears there, or do you try and somehow immediately do something to... So it was here that we talked about h5, right?
Yeah. Well, h5 is not a silly move. The problem is just that if white tries to target it, you have to move the bishop back, and then white gets g4 anyway. So the problem with h5 is just it didn't do the job it was supposed to do. It didn't stop white from pushing that pawn further up to challenge the f6 pawn. So,
by the way, for everyone in chat who's wondering what's up with the clock, well, not only is the clock still ticking for Hikaru, but I think the h3 move somehow just hasn't reached the chess.com servers yet. But as we can see from the camera, h3 is on the board. Hikaru did not forget to press his clock. Pragg's clock is ticking, as we can see from the camera, and I think the times will update once the move arrives from Baku.
Okay, I have an idea.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess now you're going to be super happy if my idea turns out to be a terrible one and computer says Hikaru is winning, right?
Not just me, the whole chat, everyone.
Okay, yeah, just to clarify. What about the move h6? Why am I doing it now?
I hoped, but...
Why am I doing it now and not on the next move? So the idea is that after h6, g4, then I can go king h7. And by reinforcing the protection of this pawn, I'm making sure that you cannot make any sacrifices. Mm-hmm. And by making this pawn, having these pawns control the g5 square, we're preventing white from moving the pawn up.
Mm-hmm.
So the question becomes, what happens if the bishop sacrifices? Yeah. That was the issue previously, and it is the issue now. My idea was that we do not capture the bishop and allow the queen to get into an attack together with the knight and the rook. Unpleasantness with the black king somewhat exposed. Instead, and this is the reason I wanted to go h6 first before g4. Instead, I was planning the very sneaky bishop takes h3.
And unfortunately, bishop h2 actually appears to be a very nice move by black.
Oh, what a shocker! Hammer suggests a good move. This has never happened before. So the idea is that this bishop cannot be captured because then we have the knight coming in with a double attack on the king and on the queen. And if the rook takes the knight, well, we got a replacement knight for that same task. And the reason you can't capture this one immediately is because if you take here first, then after the recapture and the knight comes in for the fork, well, let's do this knight with a fork. Then we can sacrifice the rook. This time it's very important, even though there's a replacement knight and the double attack, the key difference is that now it's also opened between the bishop and the queen. So the bishop comes in to avenge the white queen's death very instantly. So that's why I needed to insert this h6 move first to lure this bishop away from pointing against the black queen. And then we have this very clever bishop takes pawn. But yeah, you're unhappy because it was a good suggestion this time.
I would love to see that line, you know, the one that's just using. That's not gonna happen. I was just checking. I think there's, well, h3. I don't see it on chess24 either. So I'm not sure if it's just Hikaru's game or if in general we are struggling to receive moves from the World Cup. Right
Classic
now.
chess issue in 2023. You would think at this point in time, just with technology in the state it is, you would think we could transmit a chess move across the world. But turns out, no, that's a bit too difficult a task. This has been like the DGT software has been buggy for 15 years. I can't believe no one started competing with them.
It's
invented something better.
It is quite surprising. I'll give you that. I'm trying to read.
But we're still using ChessBase. Don't get me started on this.
I won't get you started. I'm trying to. Oh, okay. We have a move. Bishop b5.
Okay. So h3, bishop b5. So the bishop is targeting the pawn on d3. And if Hikaru now continues with his plan of going g4 followed by g5, then Pragg will go queen to e6, moving the queen away from this diagonal so that the knight may move without the queen being captured. And if we continue with our plan of pushing the pawn up, then there is a pawn here, unprotected, can be captured by the knight. And frankly, when that knight captures, it's not only capturing a pawn, it's capturing everything.
Everything. Yeah. By the way, for all of you guys telling us to refresh, that is not the issue. It's that the moves are not coming in, so there is nothing we can do about that. What we can do is show you the live position for a moment. So let's just go back to bishop b5. So that on the analysis board, what you see there is the live position right now. And Hikaru is gonna have to start thinking about how to defend that pawn on d3, I guess.
It seems pretty straightforward to me. But I'm not sure you like me suggesting moves on Hikaru's behalf.
No, it's okay. I'll give you a little break.
Okay, so there is pressure against the d3 pawn. we're gonna have to deal with that. So here, rook e1. I can't imagine there's any other move on the agenda. Rook e1, and the intention is if the queen moves, rook e3, and the pawn is protected.
By the way, it's very weird that I think we still haven't received the moves, but at least the clock time has updated, and that seems to be correct. Again, we saw Pragg just drop under half an hour. This position... Okay, let's imagine we get here. I know the eval bar, you know, it's not happy, but what is the plan here for Black? How does Black continue playing? But basically, what I'm wondering, does Black have a straightforward plan, or can he pretty much just do anything?
I would think Black here goes g5. Just because the positioning of the rook is a little bit unfortunate. So that the bishop cannot retreat. So pawn to g5 forces the trade. And then after queen takes back, Black is definitely much better. But at least we managed to provoke Black into weakening their king position.
And this is good news, no?
I don't know. I could easily feel like Hikaru could see this and be like, yeah, no, this is awful. Sometimes it's difficult to know kind of where these top level guys, where they kind of say, no, this is just not okay.
Guys, you can tell us 20 more.
Well, Hikaru losing his dark squared bishop. The dark squared bishop is pretty much the only thing Hikaru has going for him at the moment. So losing that one would be devastating. Even if Pragnananda weakens his king positioning.
They're saying the server works for everyone else. Okay, I mean, we can just refresh the site, but I'm not seeing any moves either, so...
Well, now they're here.
Oh, they just arrived. Okay, good.
I don't know.
Okay, let's find something
to be optimistic about.
Yeah.
I'm not the right guy for that role. If you wanted a cheerleader, I'm probably not the guy you should hire.
Someone in chat is wondering if white can give up the exchange and play rook c4 here.
That seems wild. But I'm so desperate, I'm gonna try it out. Okay, rook c4. Computer says no. Quite firm, quite a firm no.
A resounding no.
Yeah, okay. And then the main issue is that also here you lose this bishop. Computer going g5. And here, contrary to the other variation, you can retreat the bishop. But the problem is retreating the bishop allows the knight to come in, capture a pawn, and do a double attack. So, yeah.
Okay, another suggestion from MC Escher. How about rook f2?
Rook f2 is all, I mean, at this, we can't just have moves, right? We need to have more like plans. So rook f2, queen e6. So the point of queen e6 is that the queen keeps protection of the knight, and you step out of the pin so that the knight may take the pawn on the next move.
But I guess the idea is that here, if we take on e5, the rooks are better placed than if we end up with this awkward rook on e3, right? Is that the idea?
Well, I mean, the idea is to take,
Mm-hmm.
which in itself is not something Hikaru's going to want to do. But we saw this previously in the position as well. To a human, allowing that trade, giving up your dark squared bishop, to a human that feels like the end of the world. But the computer has actually repeatedly in this instance said that it would be beneficial for black to take back with a pawn instead of the queen. And that's kind of what this rook f2 move is aimed at. If pawn takes back, then this is quite clearly okay for white in terms of the rook is now able to double and can, in a larger part, play a role in this f file that was recently open. But everything Praggnanandhaa has done suggests to us that he wants to take back with the queen. When Hikaru put pressure against the c5 pawn, the idea here is that white can capture here on the next turn, and if the queen takes back, then the queen loses the protection of the c5 pawn, and the rook can capture. Faced with that, Praggnanandhaa went rook c8, which tells us, okay, the rook defends here so that the queen may recapture. Here he goes bishop b5. The idea is to put pressure on the d3 pawn so that you force white into making this trade. And you're also planning to move your queen to e6 so that you keep the queen close, so that you can recapture with the queen. So everything Praggnanandhaa has done suggests to me he wants to take back with the queen.
Hikaru was about to make a move. By the way, someone was saying that our clocks are wrong and Hikaru actually has 20 minutes, Pragg 37. I don't think that's true because the clock time we're seeing for Pragg on chess.com is 29 minutes 18, which we can't see all his clock on the camera, but that's certainly an 18. So I think we actually have the correct clocks, and the chess24 clocks didn't
Wow,
update when
chat
this
being
started.
wrong about something?
Well,
That
he
has
said
never happened before.
he said he did the math, but I'm not sure. I think the math is off because some sites have Hikaru spending 19 minutes on h3, but that's just because the move took so long to come through. By the way, what did Hikaru play?
He played rook f2.
He played rook f2. Okay.
Chat was right on this occasion, but it's rare.
Okay, so rook f2. And now, okay, let's go back to that position. If the queen moves, hitting our pawn
What do you
on
mean
d3,
if the queen moves?
you think Pragg is definitely gonna move the queen?
100%. Okay, let's leave some. This is like for the same. I can't use that analogy. I'm trying to come. I don't want to be an asshole, but for the same reason you don't rate a girl
I'm
10
so
out of
curious
10.
what you were gonna say.
For the same reason you don't rate a girl 10 out of 10, you don't say 100% sure about a chess move. You want to leave a little bit for the unknown.
That's not what you were gonna say.
It definitely was. I'm just so PG that I thought even that was too offensive.
I have never noticed you being so PG, but okay. So let's say, what were you getting
See here,
at?
I already have Escher complaining in chat. And that's
Oh,
what I'm saying.
girls, I thought you
That's
said,
way edgier than I normally am.
thought you said, you know what I heard? I thought you said rating goals out of 10. Now I was like,
Oh,
okay, that doesn't, so I don't find that nothing
okay.
controversial.
But
Good.
now you agree.
Oh, now I agree. Now we're on the same page, finally.
What
I
a
was
jerk,
like,
that hammer.
goals out of 10. I was like, that's a weird analogy, but I don't see anything very wrong about that.
Anyway, so
Anyway.
I'm 99% sure that Pragg will go queen e6.
And that is for the reason that you think for the humans, white having to take on e5 is something that black would be very happy to see and that Hikaru would be very reluctant to do. Yeah?
Precisely. But the Hikaru being reluctant part is over. Because after Queen e6, Hikaru doesn't have a choice.
Mm-hmm.
If Hikaru tries to move the bishop back to keep this pawn protected, then the knight comes in with that fork again.
Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah, that
and
makes
the
sense.
replacement knight. So it turns out having the two knights in the center is rather handy when both of them can fork the king and
But does
queen.
that also mean that with every second Pragg spends thinking here, we're moving further and further away from your 100%?
No, I don't think so. But I will say this. Look at the computer eval. Queen e6,
Mm-hmm.
bishop takes knight, queen takes. Computer thinks this is fairly equal.
Mm-hmm. Which is good news.
Which is good news, but weird. Because this looks very bad for white. But if Hikaru has, well, clearly Hikaru has made the realization that this is the best out of, best out of a bad situation. And you got to give him creds. Like, if I had the white pieces here, I would just collapse. I would be so disgusted with my own position, and I would get all of these kind of negative thoughts and negative emotions, and I would kind of just collapse. But Hikaru's doing a great job here of just maintaining calm, staying calm, and just making the best out of a bad situation. And I think now we are going to go into this variation with the trade and the potential queen trade afterwards also. And that looks okay for Hikaru. So I think he's about to be fine.
I really hope, Hammer, that Pragg plays Queen e6. You promised us Queen e6. So what does the engine, because the engine, as we just saw, thinks that resulting position is almost even. How does the engine want to hold on to the edge as black?
A5? It's just, it doesn't make sense to me. I mean, A5 is a fine move. But I mean, even like, does this make that much of a difference having A5 included? Okay, apparently it does make quite a bit of difference.
Yeah, I
Maybe
don't
I'm just not
understand.
understanding what's going on. I mean, A5 doesn't seem to be like the most time sensitive move.
No. I mean, for a while
And
it was
whatever
also
happened with Hikaru's plan of going, I guess that was kind of
we're
ruined by the
keeping that plan
pressure.
in our back pocket.
Fair enough.
For a while there, the engine was also suggesting knight e6. What's that about? I mean, I thought that knight was so well placed there on d4.
I guess the point is that by threatening to take on f4, you're also threatening the pawn on d3. But in general, I agree with you. This doesn't make sense.
No.
Takes. Oh, you can't even take with the queen. No, knight e6 is never gonna happen.
No.
Never gonna happen.
Chat is wondering if we have a camera view where we can see the clock time, since once again Hikaru's move rook f2 has not come through yet. I don't think
There's a
he has.
glare on our camera.
Yeah, I mean, I know, actually.
We
I
can see
think Pragg,
Pragg's time, but
I
not
think he has
Hikaru's.
21 minutes, actually. I
You
think
don't
I'm
think that's
pretty.
31?
No, I don't think
There's a
so, because
bishop
I think,
blocking?
well, I think the time we see on our screen right now, 29, is the time that Pragg had after making the move
Well,
bishop
yeah, then
e5,
it definitely can't be 31.
unless the clock is going up rather than down. That would be a bit
I
too much.
can
I'm pretty
confirm
sure
clock is
Pragg has
going down.
21 and Hikaru has whatever. King h8.
What? Are we not even watching the same feed?
No, we are.
I,
And
I,
the chess.com clocks have updated to show exactly what I was saying. I think 21, 24.
okay, I'm giving up my whole video feed from
You just stick
Azerbaijan.
to the chat, Jan Ludwig.
Yeah, no, I was 5 seconds behind when you called out King H8. Okay, so what are we learning from this? Pragnananda doesn't want to get hit by a double attack from the knight, and he feels like that is about to happen because after takes, he's going to take back with the queen and then queen f4 trying to trade. And Pragg realized that there were some variations in which this knight came in for a double attack, but now that he moved the king, it makes no sense. So now he doesn't need to be scared about that.
Okay, but it gives us, I don't want to say a free move, but in a sense, it does. I'm shocked that the engine thinks that just taking on e5 and doing nothing with this free move is still best here.
I'm not sure we got a free move as much as Pragnananda saved a move. Because there's not a lot we can do that. This whole game has been very difficult. I can just see I just stop halfway through a thing I'm saying and I'm like, are you making sense right now? Should you shut up instead of talking?
But that's what you've been hired to do. One thing I will say, I agree that this game is very complex at many moments, hard to understand, the plans, the ideas. One thing I will say is, we've talked a lot for the last hour, but not that many moves have actually been made. And we're now on move 23 with both players coming down to the 20-minute mark, which is basically a rapid game. So do you still think that's in Hikaru's favor?
Yeah, definitely in Hikaru's favor, partly because of the psychology. So Pragnananda sitting down at the board with the black pieces against the number 2 player in the world. He's gonna be like, a draw here with black would be very nice. During the game, he's gonna be optimistic. So, like for instance, right now, he's probably feeling, oh, maybe I can win that. But as the time goes down, he's gonna revert back to his initial thoughts and be like, yeah, I had some chances, but it's like this self-justification. But if you had offered me the draw before the game started, I would have been very happy with that. So I'm just gonna play it safe. So there's a fair chance that Pragg, getting low on time, will try to make some safe decisions, which normally just means that he's going to allow some trades he shouldn't have allowed and the game peters out to a draw, which for Hikaru at this stage would be considered a favorable result.
So Hikaru, I agree with you, by the way. I think most of us here watching now would sign happily for a draw right now. That's not on Hikaru's mind.
Most of. Who do you think is watching?
I think there's some people watching who think he's just gonna win.
Oh, he's gonna win? Oh, I thought we were putting ourselves in Prague's shoes.
No, I was saying for Hikaru, I think most of us would be happy. if this could, let's say there was no 30 move rule and Pragg offered a draw here and Hikaru took it, or the other way around, I think we'd be happy, right?
Sure. I was just the way you phrased it, I thought that you were like, yeah, I'm sure there's people in chat here who would play for a win with the black pieces against Hikaru.
Maybe.
Having Pragg's skill set is something very different to having my skill set. Never mind someone in chat.
Fair enough. Meanwhile, okay, let's get back to the position. Do you think Hikaru will actually take on e5 here?
Do you think I'm too hard on chat?
No, I think you're not hard enough.
But yet you try and move on whenever I'm flaming them.
No, but I think you're not flaming them when you say they are worse chess players than Pragg, right? You're just stating the obvious. And you're stating it,
Chat
if
probably
anything,
thinks you like them, and because you never take shots at them, and now you're just saying, oh no, I don't
I
think
think
you're
that's
being
not
hard
true. I
enough.
think sometimes, just not very often.
Okay.
I think when chat is being silly, I prefer to ignore them and not give them, not give them the attention they want. I feel that's more punishing.
Okay. I
We
feel
just
like
have
this
different
2 day break
strategies,
from
huh?
chess has really it's made me, yeah, it's made me a bit weird. I've missed the chess, but it's also made me more, I don't know, combative with chat somehow.
And I think they love you for that as well. I think chat is weird, right? They also love a good burn on them. We have to keep them on their feet. I think if we're just being nice with them all the time, they get bored. So I think we bring the right mix, We give them what they want.
Sure. You tried to move on and I stopped you.
Yeah. But I think you also partly maybe stopped me because do you think Hikaru will take on e5? It's a very difficult question again.
No, it's not a very difficult question. Do I think he's going to take it? Of course he's not going to take it. Next question.
What will he do then?
Okay,
If
that's a
not
tough
take.
one. That's a tough one. Um, I guess he'll go rook f1. Doesn't really have much of a choice, right? It's the only way of improving the positioning of the pieces.
If we move the rook away from c1.
Honestly, the computer is giving h4 as the second choice.
Mhm.
And that also makes... I don't like the weakening of the g4 square. Actually, I like king h1. So I want to be able to move this bishop. Right now, I cannot move the bishop because then we have the double attack. Maybe this is better. But in general, the knight's coming in. So I kind of like king h1 because then I can go bishop f1 next. And this bishop is so bad. This bishop is being blocked by its own pawn. So if it's going to be bad anyway, I don't want it blocking the pawn that's already protected. I want the pieces to work together. So say rook e8, bishop f1, and then the bishop protects the pawn protects the other pawn, and let's see if I have a red here, and this one protects, what color? Blue? No.
Green, maybe. Oh, yellow. Beautiful.
So then they're working together,
Yeah.
But in
You'll
order
mix
to
it.
make that happen, I need to
Mhm.
move the king first.
I think that reasoning makes a lot of
Magnus
sense.
blunder. People
Yeah,
are saying
that's
Magnus
what
blunder.
and I actually double checked it, but when so many people shouted out, I think Magnus has indeed just made a big mistake. Let's go and have a look there and see. Could we see another huge upset here?
Sorry, I'm being slow. Here we are. Wow. I'm impressed Kamer even managed to get this position. Because Magnus had no problems out of the opening. And here he has like a little bit worse pawn structure in the center. So I briefly checked the game here, and I was like, wow, Kamer got nothing out of the opening. This just seemed like a really solid setup for black. Pawns protecting each other, rook looking down. It looked so nice. And somehow Magnus managed to be put under pressure. Surely he must have missed this move. Knight takes d5 is an incredible move. That knight captures a pawn that's literally protected by 4 black pieces. But the main thing you need to know is that you kind of have to take back with a pawn to protect the knight. But then it turns out you didn't actually protect the knight anyway, because the rook takes it. And if you take the rook, then you lose the queen. And if you trade the queens, then, well, you can no longer take the rook because the rook escapes. So knight takes here was very, very sneaky. And that enabled Vincent to get a bit of a imbalance with the pawns. White having the central pawns. So this looks quite good for white. Computer says it's completely equal, as computers do. Magnus wants to trade. Okay.
And this is it, knight c7.
And why is this a blunder? Oh, sorry. Wow, rook f5. Oh my god. He just can't defend the pawn on f7. Wow.
Well,
wow. Yeah, that's a nice switcheroo. We were so concerned about the safety of the pawn on b7. It's actually the one on f7 he's going after.
But look at this. The engine suddenly saying that after g5, white was much better anyway. So was the previous...
No, I think the engine is having hiccups.
Okay.
Yeah. No? Well, engine is saying rook b1, rook f5. And I'm not great at chess, but I'm pretty sure rook f5 is not.
No, you're right. I think you're right. Knight c7 was the mistake.
But no, Magnus was definitely under pressure. Like, there's no doubt about it that with like this pawn structure and the pawns pushing up, it was definitely unpleasant.
So let's just go to the live position where, well, Vincent, of course, did find knight d6. And Magnus now probably realizing, I mean, also look at the time situation. Vincent was under such pressure on the clock earlier, but now he's about to pick up a big pawn. And
I actually made this, I made this point, I think it was when he played against Aryan or maybe even earlier, that I think Magnus has a very clear weakness in that he relaxes when he thinks he's fine. So with
he's
that
proving your point here.
Yeah, no, with that opening, I could easily see Magnus being like, this is fine. I'm good. And then he kind of, just makes some, well, here he was already under pressure for some time. But sometimes he tends to underestimate the trouble he can get into in like equalish positions.
By the way, on Ulvik, we have to get back to Hikaru because he made a big decision to play g4. And one of our mods, I can't remember who in the chat, was saying, I feel Hikaru is grooving a bit more. I agree. I mean, just looking at the body language, if I had no idea what the position is like, I would feel okay. Pragg is a bit nervous. Hikaru very focused. You know, he was nodding away a second ago. And g4 is that action, you know, you were just saying what's happening with our h3.
Yeah, but he still has to give up the bishop.
Yeah, but we already knew that he was happy to do that, right?
Oh, Pragg didn't go queen e6.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, Second time's the charm, isn't that what they say? Here, Pragnananda is definitely gonna go queen to e6. I'm 99.9% sure
Well,
that
you
he's gonna
didn't
go
play it
queen
when you
e6.
were 100%, so I'm not sure.
No, I was specifically not. I made a whole thing about not being 100% sure. But yeah, now he's gonna do it because moving the queen forces Hikaru to give up his dark squared bishop, and it's even more of a problem now that he moved his pawn off the dark squares, because that kind of makes his remaining bishop even worse and more dark squared weaknesses. So this time, even more so than on the last move, I'm sure Queen E6 will come. And then Hikaru has no choice but to capture the knight because he has no way of defending the pawn on d3. And after the trade, queen takes back. And black just looks very, very comfortable.
Hey, but we talked earlier about this
But
queen trade, right?
yeah, black looks really good to a human eye.
Mm-hmm.
But computer says that after queen f4, trading the queens, white is fine.
Why can't I just take on d3 here? What am I?
I'm guessing c5 is hanging at some
Okay,
point.
yeah. Yeah,
So
yeah.
bishop takes pawn, takes. I was actually going to take this one, but maybe it's too fancy. Takes. And suddenly it's Hikaru with the active rook making threats. Also, this knight threatening the pawn.
Yeah. Okay.
So,
I feel from a practical point of view, things are turning. I mean, both players now down to, the 15-minute mark. They still have to make, well, Pragg still has to make 17 moves. Hikaru has to make 16 moves. And I also
I think Hikaru's going to make it a draw. I definitely don't think Hikaru's going to win.
Mhm.
But I do think that, especially as Pragg gets in time pressure, he's going to think, well, before the game started, I would have been happy with the draw. And I don't want to make like a big mistake in the time scramble. So I'm going to make a couple of safe moves, which enables Hikaru to secure a draw from a bad position.
Hikaru will win. Just play Chaya Chaya song on speakers. I actually, Jon Ludwig, I have to admit, and I hope that you're gonna be with me here, that I actually have never heard the Chaya Chaya song.
I mean, we have the broadcast muted, right?
Yeah.
So we can't hear what you guys hear. And we have a chat which just the producer says play I'm going to play Chaya Chaya nonstop or so we know it's happening. We just don't know
What it
what it's
sounds
like.
like.
Yeah.
But I think it's working, I do think it's working. I feel ever since, that comment came on about playing it nonstop, I feel things have been improving. The next break, Hammer, our homework is we'll both listen to Jaya Jaya.
And maybe we should just take a break now.
Sure. I think it seems reasonable that we would have to hear the song before we can continue our commentary. Pragg is also thinking, I think it makes sense indeed to go on a break because when we return, the action will be coming in thick and fast. So we're gonna go off now, listen to Chaya Chaya, and we'll see you guys on the other side of that. We are back, and Jon Ludwig, Pragg did not play your 99.99% move. Is that good news or bad news?
I mean, I guess I gotta say it's good news. He's not finding the obvious moves, and he's allowing Hikaru to keep his bishop. I'm very surprised by this. Okay, so
Hikaru
the
seems surprised too, actually, if we look at the camera.
yeah, well, for good reason. So the knight now tries to capture White's bishop. But contrary to this queen to e6 move, Black doesn't force White into making the capture. If the queen moved, we would have to make the trade because then it was the only way to prevent the bishop and knight coordinating against the d3 pawn. But with the knight moving back, now we can move our bishop back. And, you know, you cannot capture here because then you're going to lose the piece. Because of that pressure the bishop exerts against the knight and against the queen. So what is then the point of this? Is he trying to go after the f4 square? I guess Pragg could, I guess he could move the queen away and then take back with the pawn in the center and then say that he has a lot of pieces pointing towards this f4 square. And then he would also have an attack against this pawn and this pawn. And he would have the knight in position to protect the g5 square, which means that Hikaru doesn't have an easy way for the queen to counterattack the lone pawn in the center. Okay, so maybe this is what Pragg is going for. But I noticed the computer said after queen a6, computer gave the move g5, which is wild. And imagine they go into this position with only 10 minutes each on the clock.
Yeah,
So
this would be a 3-result game suddenly.
Yeah, so you cannot capture this white pawn because then after the trades, this pawn is overworked. It can't both recapture the white bishop and keep the knight protected, leading to a winning position for Hikaru with an extra knight.
Wait, Hikaru didn't play bishop g3.
What? What did he do then?
He played bishop f1. So Hikaru really doesn't mind giving up that dark squared bishop. This is now for sure.
Okay, so I guess taking the bishop is going to be the obvious thing to check out. Hikaru will, of course, take back with the queen to keep this pressure.
And here d4 is a threat, right?
Oh, is it?
I guess.
hadn't even seen that, but yeah, it looks pretty good. Okay, so pawn to a5 would be a mistake on account of d4, opening both
Oh, turns out it
against the
isn't a
bishop
threat. What do
and
I know?
against the knight. But after bishop takes bishop, pawn takes knight, normally you would think this is winning for white because you're both attacking the queen and attacking the bishop. But pawn takes counterattacks the white queen. Okay. Okay, but it was still a good idea. Let's keep the idea in mind and see if maybe we can make it work in the future. Maybe after we move our queen back. Well, that's actually making it very tempting to move the queen back immediately, though. Like
I'm a
if
bit
black
worried
tries
about
to
having.
if black tries to move the pawn up here, just queen back, we keep all this pressure. And if black ignores it, then d4.
Mhm.
Brilliant. Double attack.
For chat wondering what is the move number, we're only on move 25. So still 15 moves to go. By the way, if you're wondering in the chat what move number are we on, you can see on the bottom right corner of the camera where Pragg is, you can see the move number there if you're wondering. I think time is going to be a huge factor here.
You said that throughout the game.
Yeah. I
And
saw it
I
coming.
have the pleasure of informing you that yes, you are correct. I'm just not sure it was obviously the case the first time you mentioned it, but clearly now, I mean, at this point, I'm not sure. I think we're actually gonna bring back something we left very very early on.
What, your optimism?
And we're gonna bring it back. Well, kind of. Well, what I was gonna say is we're gonna bring back the possibility of Hikaru winning this game, which is pretty much synonymous with my optimism, right? Because Pragg down to less than 10 minutes on the clock.
Yeah.
That's serious.
Yeah.
15 moves in 8 minutes. In actually in 7.5 minutes makes it
And
really
16
easy.
moves, one more move. 16 moves.
Moves. I mean, he has less than a minute per move, and
Yeah.
that's including the 30 seconds they get per move they make.
And 96 removed his sort of bailout. Well, no, not exactly. Okay, anyway, he's taken on f4.
Okay, queen takes back. Don't need to think about that.
Yeah,
Did
Hikaru
Hikaru play queen
away
takes
from
back?
from the board, but
Why are you not at the board when there's 20 minutes left in the game?
Also, Hikaru only has 10 minutes himself. Let's not underestimate that.
Is he feeling okay, you think? He actually said, I don't know if you caught that, Fiona,
Yeah.
but after the game on Sunday, he said he'd been feeling poorly a couple of days. So it was actually very fortunate that he had 2 days off, because then you can like recover, your body can recover within that time.
Yeah, I mean, of course, I don't have any inside information. I hope he's feeling better. Usually, I feel, if you've eaten something wrong, that 2 days should be time to recover. But he has been away from the board quite a bit today. But then he always is, so it's hard to
Yeah, no, he definitely.
base
I
it on
mean,
that.
but oftentimes he's away from the board when he's in control.
Yeah.
I feel like. And he's kind of using it as kind of, see, I got this under control. I can just move, and there's not going to be anything. There's not going to be a problem.
And I guess he must be out of the playing hall, because otherwise you see on the screens, you like stay nearby your board.
Well, especially when you have 10 minutes left. And that's the thing about right now, is that Hikaru can't be feeling very well when he's away from the board for 3 minutes with only 10 minutes remaining.
No.
Okay, but when he comes back, he does move instantly. So queen recaptures.
Is there some sort of, I know objectively speaking that Pragg is still better, but if he feels like, look, I don't want to play this for another, 15 moves with very little time on the clock, is there some sort of bailout available to Pragg?
I mean, I feel like you saw this before you asked. Like,
No,
bishop here attacking the knight.
Yeah.
Hikaru will then defend, and then the bishop can return, attack the pawn. Right now, we do have a bailout option available.
Why does black not take on d5? Is that an option? I mean, if bishop g2.
So takes, it expands the scope of the white bishop, and it gives white a passed pawn.
Actually, he made it. So bishop c6 and Hikaru dropping the knight back to
Wow.
e3.
Hikaru. Why are we not protecting?
I think Hikaru might be saying, I'm not interested in the bailout any longer. Do you think that could be?
Maybe. Because now Hikaru's kind of threatening this move, knight to c4. This move is very interesting. So let's say Pragg makes a sensible move like rook d8. Knight c4. Takes, takes. Now the queens are opposite each other. Takes, takes. Ah, no, I made too much of a sensible move. Now he has the double attack against the d3 pawn. Ooh, but computer says this is okay for Hikaru. Because after takes, he can probably sacrifice. Hikaru's down a pawn, but he has this very nice resource e5. And then if takes, you sacrifice your rook.
That's very nice.
And you can't, like, if you take that white rook, you get back rank checkmated. And if you take the other white rook, you get back rank checkmated.
By the way, sorry, Pragg made a move. What did he?
Bishop d7? I guess he wants to avoid knight f5. What if Hikaru now returns to d5? Knight d5, bishop e6, bishop g2. Can you play like this? No. Apparently not. I'm not a big fan of retreating the knight. I still don't like this. I feel like you should have protected it with the bishop. He does still have this knight c4 idea.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, let's take a look at knight c4.
So knight c4 takes, 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 attack. So Pragg can win a pawn now. But if he does win that pawn, Hikaru can counter win a pawn. And here actually Hikaru might be better because his king is much closer to the center of the board than what Black's king is. Hikaru has like this completely rubbish bishop that is just being blocked by its own pawns and has been for like the entire game. But at the same time, the bishop is doing a good job defending the pawns. Whereas the black pawns on the dark squares, they're working together with the bishop quite nicely because the bishop takes the light squares and the pawns take the dark squares. But the consequence is that the bishop cannot protect the pawns when the pawns are attacked.
Yeah, I think this would give us some hope to play, you know, for a win here for sure. Bishop d7, both players down to 7 minutes. I mean, if not knight c4, surely he's not gonna jump back to d5, or do you think he might say, yeah, maybe knight back wasn't?
Nah, I don't think he's gonna go back. Because essentially, if he wanted, I think he would be happy to go back if he thought there would be a repetition. But the problem is that the bishop has a better square where it also attacks the knight and makes some threats beyond the knight. Although here, rook c2, these rooks can work very nicely together. Oh, I forgot. I need to defend the knight. This is such a tense game.
Hikaru looks like he was reaching.
What was he reaching? Well, he's got to move the knight, right? Yeah, he does go knight c4. Sensible, just trying to trade.
And so we looked at what knight takes, yeah?
Yeah. Well,
Okay,
knight
so if he
takes
doesn't take
or
the
queen d4. It doesn't really. I can't see Pragg having other
okay, so let's
options.
take a quick look at queen d4.
Queen d4 prevents us from having the rooks working together on the c file because the queen is now pointing in towards the king. However, by moving our queen back, we fix that, offer the queen trade, try to ruin black's pawn structure, and get ready for the rook to come over. And if the queens are traded, then it's going to be difficult for black to hold on to the c5 pawn, since we're very close to just having two rooks working together against it.
Can I ask you about after knight c4 if queen d4? Can we just take on e5 or is that endgame really bad?
Doesn't look great. So there's no back rank mate. This is important. That we would love to capture this rook and checkmate the king. Unfortunately, and I have had quite a few people come up to me and ask, why can't I checkmate? Allowing my king to be standing in check, but why would that matter when I checkmated the opponent's king? And I normally go like it's about who loses the king first.
That's a good answer.
Yeah.
Yeah, and if
If
the queen drops
the
back,
queen drops back, I guess maybe rook f4, once again exploiting the pin. Actually, computer says rook c4 is annoying. Maybe bishop here, attacking the pawn, controlling the c4 square.
okay, b3.
And if b3, then we go rook here, and then we have the rooks
And defending
working.
passively isn't gonna do the job here. Rook c2, rook f8, king g2. Apparently not.
I mean, maybe, but there's no chance a player like Hikaru would ever go for a position like this, where you just have no counter chances.
I'm surprised Pragg is spending so much time on his decision after knight c4 here. Under 5 minutes now.
I guess he's calculating what happens if he takes that pawn, which we studied earlier. I was gonna say I think he's gonna take, but
which means he will play queen d4, yeah. I kind of like queen d4. I hope he takes.
Oh wow, he goes for neither.
Queen e7.
Queen back. Does that do anything? I mean, now Hikaru can both go.
Oh, we haven't seen a
queen.
plus. We haven't seen the evaluation swing in our favor for a long time.
I don't know if that's a philosophical debate, but you feel like 0.00 is
no,
plus?
for a second it said 002 or something. For 1 second.
But it must be said 0.00 doesn't have a minus to it.
Yeah.
So by the chess laws or rules, that should be in white's favor, no?
Why is that?
Because normally you say black is better if it's a minus first, and if it's not a minus, then white is better. That's what we're telling the Norwegian chess audience anyway.
What about if it's just equal?
Yeah, we don't really.
We don't do equality.
That can happen.
Okay, queen e7 and Hikaru.
Rook c2. Hikaru now got his rooks working together. And he's targeting the pawn on c5. That pressure is unpleasant for Pragg to deal with. So I guess Pragg is going to have to take. And then
Lady two times is asking, could this get dangerous for Pragg? I think so.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Yeah.
So Pragg probably wants to take this pawn because that's what I would do. And then black
I like to imagine Pragg sitting there. I'll take that pawn because I think that's what Jan Ludwig would do.
The
Jan
classic
Ludwig likes,
top
I've
level
watched
player.
enough of his streams. He likes pawns. Let me
Yeah.
take that pawn on A2.
Okay, so the disadvantage of taking that pawn is that the bishop no longer protects the rook, which allows white to go d4, and this pawn cannot be captured because then it opens up an attack from two rooks. But Pragg can go c4. And computer says this is better for Hikaru. So this is a position with equal material. I kind of thought black would be better on account of white's king having absolutely no defenders.
Mm-hmm. But we have a passed pawn.
Yeah, we do have a passed pawn.
We also have a nice infiltration square on c7.
We do have that, yes.
Okay, what did Pragg do? He took on c4.
Well, he took. So
We might see this.
we're en route for Pragg's
demise.
WWHD. What would Hammer do?
Okay.
Well, at this point, he's got to take the pawn.
Yeah,
right?
surely. 2 minutes for Pragg, still 11 moves to make.
I mean, that pressure Hikaru can create against the c5 pawn is very unpleasant. This is the best position Hikaru's had all game, and Pragg is down to 2 minutes.
Oh my goodness. I don't think we saw this one coming quite. I mean, maybe at some points we got optimistic, but then we're like, no, let's. But now I'm really, I'm always optimistic, but I haven't been this optimistic all game long. Bishop e6
Okay,
is on the
bishop
board.
e6 is played, attacks the rook. The rook only has one safe square. So Hikaru makes his counter move very quickly. Pragg
looks
down
nervous.
below 2 minutes again.
He's nervous. And rightly so. So what would Hammer do? Will he take on a2? Do you
I
think
mean,
Pragg?
taking on a2 kind of feels a bit iffy because it's
He goes for
clear.
it.
It's kind of clear that the opponent is provoking you to take it, but
What would Hammer
wow.
do in full swing?
Pragg, a pawn grabber after my own heart. First prediction I made all day, huh? Just give me 10 attempts and I will hit one.
Okay, so surely d4 will be played now. What else?
Well, he also has queen e3.
Hmm.
Surely he's going to attack the c5 pawn.
Yeah. Broken clock is right twice a day, exactly.
Yeah, and I'm only right once. So I still have a bit of catching up to a broken clock, but I'm getting there. So d4, maybe there's some kind of queen d7. This would be because then if you take the pawn, maybe you're scared of some kind of counterattack. Computer is very
no. I think Hikaru is reaching for the queen. But changed his mind, or at least is reconsidering.
So part of the problem with moving the queen to take and capture the pawn is that the computer suggests this very fancy pawn to c4. Essentially saying, if I'm going to lose this pawn, I'm going to lose it in a way that disrupts the coordination in your camp.
Mm-hmm.
So here, losing this pawn by allowing the white pawn to capture, that has released the defender of the e4 pawn.
But look at your bishop on a2. Is that not a concern?
Well,
like, that's my point. If you play
b3,
that bishop is never getting back in the game.
Yeah, maybe you're right. There are some circumstances in which you just rush this guy.
Mm-hmm.
And when that one guy gets captured, the bishop is actually a good contributor because it's helping the black pawn advance because it's controlling the queening square and protecting the pawn. Okay, but we had a move. Hikaru
Yeah,
does
queen
play
e3.
queen e3.
Okay, c4 is also
Pragg already
not
spent
that
30
awkward.
seconds on this move. So he already spent more time than he has.
And what did he? Oh no, he hasn't moved yet.
I guess queen e5.
So you think he's
Bishop
not gonna go
bishop
c4?
e6. Oh yeah, oh c4. Yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, no, c4 makes sense. Yeah, no, yeah, he's
I
gonna go
don't
c4.
know. I mean, I would still, as black, be worried to play c4, and you know, you have to be very
I would be
confident that you
worried
get the
playing
bishop
against
out.
Hikaru,
Yeah.
but
Maybe a5, which the chat says is the top engine move. Maybe that makes sense. So let's see. Rook takes.
sorry. Oversensitive. Oh, the idea is queen a7. That's too clever, no? Are we gonna see queen a7? Okay, he
He's
pushed
gone
c4.
c4.
And then he goes for the instant queen trade. And one of the benefits of this instant queen trade is now the white queen can no longer control the b3 square, which in turn means that the bishop can use the b3 square, which means the bishop is not getting trapped.
Okay.
So this feels rather solid for Pragg, but computer is actually saying this is better for white. And that returns us to that whole king discussion. Like the white king is very, very poorly defended. But now that we're trading queens, having the white pawns not really helping out the king in defense is not that big of a problem. So now
By the
Hikaru can trade the queens and then benefit from being the one to have the king in the center.
By the way, Hammer, Wesley, who is also in Hikaru's half of the bracket, lost his first game as white against Sarana.
But I don't think Hikaru can face Wesley until a semifinal, right?
Yeah, but still
But
nice to
that's,
get him out
well,
of the way.
sure.
No?
Yeah.
Every high-rated player we can get out of the bracket, we'll take it.
Fair enough. But like people were complaining so much that Alexienko played the candidates tournament. And right now, when they're having 3 qualifiers from this tournament, it feels like there's gonna be a guy rated outside the top 20 who's gonna qualify.
Well, there's still a bunch of favorites in, but yeah, you are right that a bunch of them are out already with some. Fiona's not devious. I just have our streamer's best interests at heart, you know. Nothing to do with
I
being
made a
devious.
whole thing about everyone who
Yeah.
got knocked out last round. So Fiona is not the
Jumping on the wagon, you know. Hikaru is thinking, let's go back to the live position, queen c5. If he does not trade, you talked about the king's activity. I guess defending the queen
if he
with the
does
king.
not trade, I mean, there's not really a choice, is there?
And I was gonna say king f2 to bring the king
Well,
closer.
you can't move the queen. Was my point. Because
Yeah.
the queen is pinned.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I feel like you kind of had to trade. But here, instead of activating the king immediately, Hikaru goes rook d2, taking control of the open file. And now if rook c8, king f2, Pragg cannot capture the pawn to liberate the bishop on account of a back rank checkmate that follows after the massive trade. There's a checkmate in the end. And also, after this rook d2 Hikaru played, rook c8, computer says it's a significant advantage for white after rook d5. The idea being that when you trade the rooks, So right now, when the rooks are working together, they're protecting each other. But if you manage to trade just one of the rooks, they're no longer protecting each other, and that makes it so much easier for the king to get involved.
What do you think the chances are that Pragg will make a significant mistake before move 40?
High,
Hi.
high. I would say more than 30%.
Okay, that's good. I'll take that. Pragg about to drop
Maybe it's even
under a
higher.
minute.
Maybe 30% is like the chance of Hikaru winning this game. And then the
Okay,
chance
that's higher than I expected, actually.
of Pragg making a mistake and then Hikaru not capitalizing on it would add some
Let's go back to the
percentage.
live position.
He's down to 20 seconds.
Yeah.
Hikaru's gonna win this.
That's
Okay,
not
yeah, no, I understood.
jinx.
Yeah,
I
the
can't
jinx
tell that.
it.
I'm so, this game has had me so confused that I'm no longer sure what is a jinx and what's a reverse jinx, but I feel this wasn't.
Okay, Hikaru went king f2 very quickly. Computer really liked this rook d5. Wanted to trade off the rooks as soon as possible. And it makes a lot of sense that after the trade, the king can come in to attack and displace this this rook more easily.
But she was asking me, do you still need to write with such low time? Yeah, with a 30-second increment, you always need to write. You can never stop writing down. So king f2 and a5 on the board.
Okay, well,
Does that allow us
a5
to go rook
definitely
d5?
allows rook d5 again.
And even more powerful, here is this a5, here is this mistake we were on about. Is Hikaru gonna punish it here?
Maybe
King e3
30
also
was a bit
still good.
low.
Huh?
Maybe 30 was a bit low. I did specify that it was Hikaru's chance of winning, not the chance of Pragg making a mistake.
Okay, rook d5. And Hikaru has 3.5 minutes.
Yeah, that's not a lot of time.
That's...
And it's kind of tricky here, right? Because these pawns can be dangerous.
Yeah, maybe this isn't so clear, actually. And
Like,
b3?
I would be very nervous about this guy.
Me too. But can I just play something like bishop d3?
So
I think he's reaching for the rook. Rook d5 is on the board.
So apparently this is good, but it's not obvious. I need to get a new mouse. Okay, rook d5.
20 seconds again for Pragg.
Okay, but the good thing for Pragg is that this time at least he had a plan, an easy plan. So Pragg is just gonna push these pawns.
Okay, so what do we want here? King e3, yeah? Why do we want king e3? So what happens
maybe
after?
b3?
I think Hikaru is reaching for the bishop. Bishop d3. Oh no, that was my move. Just trying to not allow the queening of the pawn on b1.
King g8.
Why is bishop d3?
It makes perfect sense trying to get the king out of the corner, but it's just the timing of it is a bit tricky.
So king g8, king e3. So
Hikaru's moves now are also very easy.
yeah.
Like if Pragg goes king
5
g8,
seconds for Pragg, by the way. He goes king g8.
I was gonna say now I think Hikaru's gonna go king e3 pretty much instantly. But he does take some time to think.
So what's the move now? We're on move 38, yeah? So 2 moves to make each.
Only 2 more moves? Honestly, I thought it was more.
No, we got a series of quite quick moves. King e3 is on the board. This bishop d3 move put a bit of a spanner into our...
I don't know about that. we're still gonna get our king to d4, and our king
Mhm.
is just gonna be a dominating force.
Mhm.
So I don't think we ruined any. Well, computer was maybe saying there was an instant win through some trickiness, but I mean, with the king on d4, we're still gonna have excellent chances, no?
Mhm.
Wait, why is king d4 not recommended? The only thing I'm scared of is these pawns advancing. But the computer never suggests advancing the pawns on black's behalf,
Uh,
which is a good sign.
uh, uh,
Of
uh.
course, during a game, you wouldn't know what the computer says, so you would be very nervous about these. But it does seem like white can benefit from this. Hikaru does go with the king in the center.
And this is the last move that Pragg has to make before the time control.
But on the other hand, it's also the last move Hikaru now made the time control with an advantage according to the computer, with better centralized pieces.
Mhm.
Which means that in the next phase of the game, Pragg is he's gonna end up in time trouble again. Like there's no, even though he's gonna make move 40 now, 3, 2, he just barely made it. But Hikaru's gonna have plenty to work with here. Also, look at this top computer move. Pawn to c5. Wow. Pawn to c5, actively trying to provoke black into capturing the white rook, because if you do that, then the pawn recaptures. Suddenly we got two pawns standing next to each other, marching up the board, becoming new queens, with the king right behind supporting.
This is unreal.
That king is a very supportive dad to those pawns.
So c5, let's go back. It looks like white can take the rook. But Hikaru is shaking his head. He's not
Yeah,
happy.
I guess maybe he wanted to get the win while Pragg was still low on time. I don't think, like, compared to the situation he had earlier in the game,
Yeah.
this is magnificent. He was in massive trouble, I believe.
Mm.
And so this just feels like what an opportunity. And sometimes when people are shaking their head like that, they're also just thinking about something else. Like they're thinking about, wow, I cannot believe I have this chance after that terrible opening. Like you can't really tell from shaking heads what they're thinking about. Oh, he
I
leaves
think
the board. Oh, he's back.
he's unhappy. Let's go back and see that moment where Hikaru played bishop d3. How strong was the alternative?
So computer wanted king to e3. Let's make the same moves as Pragg did to illustrate. Then king d4, rook steps back. And then rook over. Yeah, no, it's definitely better. What if Pragg didn't go with the king, but instead tried to continue on the side? Yeah, so this was the critical kind of thing, where you have to realize that white is fine despite this black pawn seemingly becoming a new queen.
Mm-hmm.
So you needed to see this rook d2 move, which fixes everything. It's not a super difficult move when you're here, but seeing it 6 moves in advance is trickier.
For sure. I mean, okay, let's look on the bright side. I was You know, I think I saw Hikaru shaking his head and I lost some of my optimism. But on the bright side, I mean, we thought a draw was the best Hikaru could get out of today's games. You know, we thought he might be doing, well, he was doing badly. Let's just put it the way. Hikaru had a bad position. I'm sure a lot of us were worried he might even lose with the white pieces. And now descending, unless Hikaru blunders something bad, he's never going to lose it. And he's going to be pressing for a while here. So if you gave us this position, you know, 10 moves ago, 20 moves ago, 30 moves ago, I think we would have taken it any moment. So that's the bright side. I think Hikaru just needs to I think for both players, it's important to do this mental reset, right? Because imagine you're Pragg, you're gonna be so disgusted. I mean, you had everything you could wish for, and suddenly you're finding yourself defending a worse endgame. That's also really,
Yeah,
really
and
difficult.
you're not gonna. This is not the future tense. He
Yeah.
is disgusted with himself
Yeah.
right now. He cannot believe he is in this troublesome position after the position he had just 10 moves ago.
Shall we take
So,
a quick look at Magnus's endgame and see, is Magnus actually going to lose today?
okay. This was the situation where Magnus was about to lose a pawn. He ended up losing a pawn, but on the other side of the board. Wow. I mean, if Vincent doesn't win this, this is ridiculous. So Magnus, in order not to lose both pawns, because one pawn was defending the other, he had to go try for a rook trade. But now he's just down a pawn and a knight endgame. Yeah, this is over. Wow.
That's unreal.
And you know the worst thing about this? Magnus never won the World Cup.
Yeah.
And he's participated like 6 times. He got knocked out by Bu Zhangxi once. He got knocked out by Duda in the semifinal. That's one of his best runs. He got knocked out really early on. But I forget who it was. And now he's losing to Kamer. Wow. Well, he's going to have a chance to strike back with the white pieces tomorrow. But yeah, this is not looking great for him.
No. And
they
by the
say
way,
that knight endgames are a bit like pawn endgames.
Yeah.
That if you're up a pawn, it's almost always enough to win. And I have followed that general rule, and it doesn't work. There are plenty of knight endgames when you're up a pawn that you just can't win. So be a bit careful about that. But this one is not among those. Like here, white can very easily make progress.
By the way, in Hikaru's bracket, so if Hikaru goes through, it looks like Berkesh is gonna win the first game against Ponomariov. Maybe we can take a very quick look at that endgame if you want.
So the winner of this match we're about to bring up. Oh yeah, this looks. Well, I was gonna say over, but then I couldn't see how the pawn promotes. Yeah, no, this should be winning for white. Maybe bishop f2, trying to go bishop h4. And somehow, yeah, with that passed pawn, somehow these bishops are going to be able to help that pawn promote. And he does go bishop f2. Great minds, huh? Yeah, so Birches is like this guy now sits at 2615, but
Yeah.
he used to be the most solid 2680 ever. Like he would never change his rating more than 10 years, 10 points per year. So he's still a very, 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 very good player. But yeah, the winner of this match is going to be Hikaru's opponent if he defeats Pragnananda. And both of these players upset higher rateds in the previous round, with Ponomarev beating, I forget who he beat, and Burgess beating Limle. So,
Ponomarev beat, no, Ponomarev beat Le Quang Liem,
oh,
and Berkesh beat Vityugov.
it's Hugo. Okay. But so essentially, what we're saying is that if Hikaru beats Pragg, he will get an easier opponent in the next round.
Yeah.
Every opponent at this level, at this stage, difficult,
Mm-hmm.
but on paper, according to the rating system, which is the most objective thing we have in chess, it's going to be easier.
Let's bring back Hikaru's position again. Hikaru has gone into the tank after making the time control. And so what are the moves you think here? Maybe we can just, what we can do is mention a couple of candidate moves and then go on a quick break and let Hikaru make up his mind.
Let Hikaru make up his mind and me go to the bathroom. I think
And we make
great
some
plan.
food.
Yeah, I'm a bit hungry as well. I would say two main plans here. Number one, advance pawns on king side.
Mm-hmm.
And number two, advance pawns on queen side. The problem is, if you go h4, I'm kind of scared about this thing Pragg is doing on the other side.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm very scared that this pawn is just going to promote and become a new queen. However, the computer says that here white can go rook a1. And every time the pawn tries to queen, the rook will then capture the bishop, and we're not afraid of the pawn queening because we have the Fiona bishop to protect us.
Very true.
So when I look at this position, I feel like, oh, Hikaru doesn't have a lot of moves to choose from because he needs to prevent the advance of the pawns. But what we've really learned is that the advance of the pawns not really that dangerous.
Mm-hmm.
And that gives us a lot of options, such as pawn to h4. Computer doesn't like that. I don't know why.
Yeah, it looks kind of natural.
And if black tries to move the king into the center, I was thinking maybe we can even start counterattacking on the flanks.
I don't think
And
this
that
is
was kind of the
breaking,
point
right?
of advancing that pawn
Mm-hmm.
to open up new territory to attack.
I think Hikaru still has great chances, and I think the good news is that I think all of the candidate moves will all leave him with an edge. I don't think there's a move he's considering which is just going to lose the edge. So we're going to leave Hikaru to it. I'm gonna grab some food. We're gonna have a bathroom break. We'll be back with renewed energy when hopefully Hikaru can press this endgame here. Don't go away. We need all of your energy, and we'll see you on the other side of this break. Hello and welcome back to game 1, round 4. Sorry, I'm not sure. Some alarm just went off here just as we were coming back from break, but I think it's all good. Hikaru has completely turned things around against Pragg. He was suffering for the vast majority of the game, but he's now in an endgame where he's the only one pressing for a win. And John Ludwig, after a long 12-minute thing, he decided to push c5.
Yeah, and we had a massive reaction in chat as the C5 move came in the chess.com software, giving it a double exclam, brilliant designation on our live board. But just because you allow your opponent to capture your rook doesn't mean that they have to take it. And here, capturing the rook would be a decisive mistake from Pragg. It would allow the white pawns to stand next to each other, which in turn means that they can protect each other on the way forward. So Pragg is not going to make that mistake. He's gonna just continue activating his king. And then the question becomes, what's next then? And computer says, well, the computer can't really make up its mind. So it's going to be interesting to see how this progresses. Hikaru in the driver's seat for sure, but draw still feeling like the most probable result.
Yeah, but I think, in chess, the trend a game is going is a huge factor. And here, I mean, if we just put any position on the board for anyone who might only be joining us now, somewhere around move 25 or so, I'll let you pick any position.
Move 20, I'm going to say.
Yeah, as
22.
early as that, things started looking really grim. And they never really, I mean, where did Pragg even, it was Queen e7, right? Where things started turning. Was that the moment?
I don't know. I mean, even here, Hikaru was feeling more safe. I think just the general understanding from Hikaru to realize he didn't have to keep the dark squared bishop at all costs. Like, I would have protected that guy so much. I think it was somewhere around here where Hikaru managed to get a coordination of the pieces with the two rooks working together against the black pawn and the black rook. This, I would say, is where it kind of started to go wrong. And Hikaru just managed to improve his pieces and managed to get this pressure. And especially then when the queens got traded off, this c4 move, I initially praised it. Praised c4 because it splits up white's pawns so that these two guys can no longer defend each other in the center. But it was probably a pretty big mistake. The mistake being that after queen c5 offering the queen trade only benefits Hikaru because he's the one with the king closer to the center of the board, whereas black is going to have to spend way more time getting the king out of the corner. So hereabouts, I think it was quite clearly better for Hikaru, and now he's pushing for the win. And I'm curious, King f8, I feel like is pretty logical. Put the king on a dark square when your opponent has a light squared bishop. Computer's advocating c6. And this is the kind of move that's either really, really good or really, really bad. And I can't really understand which one it is yet because computer.
So what happens after rook b6 if black attacks the pawn?
Guess rook d6, then we can go king c5 next. And then if pawn moves up, I think the main problem here is that, oh wow, rook Rook c4. That is wild.
Not only leaving the back rank, but putting your rook into the reach of the bishop.
It's like everything you're not supposed to do in one move.
And the point is that after b2.
Wow. You get the... So basically, this entire game right now for Hikaru, it's all about getting the pawns to stand next to each other. And if he can do that, it doesn't matter whether he gives up a rook or he gives up a bishop. Because afterwards, those two pawns working together, protecting each other up the board, and also just creating havoc. Like, those pawns are so effective when they are protecting each other, helping each other. So right now, in this current position, Hikaru's pawns are kind of split up. But if he can get them working together, there's no stopping the advance towards becoming new queen. Queens.
And you know,
there's two of them. There's going to be two pawns trying to become.
And, you know, you mentioned earlier about how Pragg very likely would get in. Well, I don't think you even said very likely. You said he will get in time trouble again. And we're seeing that here. I don't know if I agree with you that, well, maybe objectively the position is closer to a draw. I think that pragmatically, oh my goodness, I didn't mean to make that pun unintended, I promise. But pragmatically speaking, or practically speaking, I feel that Hikaru is very close to winning because of the time situation, because I think Black has a very narrow path to walk. I think he's actually gonna win.
Yeah. No, yeah, fair enough. How is that not a jinx? All the critique I'm getting, and you just say, oh, I think he's gonna win.
I know. Fabi Jade immediately said, Fiona, stop it, but I don't know if it was because of pragmatically or because of the jinx. Maybe I should just stop everything. Like,
so Pragg did play my move, and the
chat
computer
is
hates
asking,
it.
what if he puts his rook on a1?
Yeah, so rook a1 attacks the bishop moves. But the problem with this move is that now the rook no longer supports the pawn. So if we wanted to queen our pawns, this is not the way to go. Which is why I'm more intrigued by this c6 move. It's more committal, but it's one of those, if it works really, really well.
And if it fails really, really badly. I would just gonna lose this
then, you know, you got to make some calculations. So this is not the kind of move that you can just play. You got to be sure that it's good and there's nothing funky happening. Computer initially said this is good for Black because of the pawn a3 move. So then it makes a lot of sense for us to investigate why the computer changed its mind and now feels like this is good for white. So once again, we sacrifice one of the black pawns in order to open up for the other one to have a clear path. And here computer says the only move to win for Hikaru, well, the only move to get a big advantage for Hikaru.
And the only move to not be seriously worse as well.
Yeah. A very key information there. The only move to be better, but also the only move to avoid being much worse is rook c5. That's not an easy move. And even after having been told what the right move is, I still don't understand why. I guess maybe you're just winning a pawn. Yeah, you're just winning a pawn. Okay, that wasn't actually that difficult to understand. That wasn't that difficult.
That was manageable.
Yeah. And that's why you go rook b6 first. Because then you force the rook away from the rank, then you do this, and now there's no more rook over
But this
here.
is the position we had with rook c4.
Yeah. Rook c4 is wild, no?
Rook c4 is really a beauty.
But it's also beautiful.
I still have one question. What if rook c4, b2, rook b4, and rook takes c6?
I guess then you just get that.
And then we get this extra pawn again, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, this looks
And it's
convincing.
not only an extra pawn, it's like an extra a pawn protected by the bishop on the right diagonal with the active king.
Yeah, this looks fantastic. I mean, this endgame surely is just winning. Meanwhile, I see the chat is saying Magnus lost another pawn. Quick look there. I saw in the during our break that Peter Leko, who is actually commentating right now over on chess.com and who is the long-term coach of Vincent Keimer, you know, he made the point that Vincent has never beaten Magnus, and that he thinks the only thing here is that Vincent needs to keep his nerve. He said against anyone else in the world.
No, but look at this. D6.
Yeah, very nice.
He's completely in control. Sacrificing this pawn and then doing the fork to eliminate the only threat in the position.
He's gonna do it.
Yeah.
And Magnus will be, I mean, I still think he has good chances to hit back tomorrow with the white pieces, but he will be kicking himself.
I mean, he had no problems from the opening. It was completely unnecessary to lose. Like the position hereabouts, no danger whatsoever. How he managed to become much worse here, I don't understand. It's very weird.
Meanwhile,
Wow, here computer is saying black is even better.
Crazy.
Computer saying black is better here. And it's like a classic Karlsbad pawn structure, which is like the first thing Magnus ever learned in chess. Like, there's no excuses. And computer is recommending b5, which is such a thematic move. Yeah, I think he just missed this tricky move, and then he kind of got freaked by that. I'm not sure what happened. It was a very bad game by Magnus. And in the other matchup, we were kind of checking in on between Burgess and Ponomarev. It does seem like the Hungarian still gonna win it. Pawn to a4. Not sure what the point is. Not sure he even needs a point. Because at this point, at this time, it might be a Zugzwang, actually. Wow. A4 is actually a Zugzwang.
Because if the rook moves.
So you can't move this pawn, because then you open up here. If you move the rook over here, then you open up for the bishop to get involved. And if you move the rook up, then you allow the pawn to progress. And if you make the move that prevents all of this, rook h7, which both protects against the pawn and keeps this rook looking at the h4 square so that the bishop doesn't come up, then bishop e4 is a skewer.
By the way, Magnus has resigned his game, so Vincent takes the first one in what is the biggest upset of the day. That's huge.
Yeah.
Wow.
I don't think that benefits Hikaru. It's actively bad for Hikaru that Magnus loses.
Regarding the candidate spot, you mean? Oh, what?
Yeah. No, maybe it's better in terms of winning the tournament, but I feel like the goal here is top 3, not top
but it
1.
doesn't matter because Magnus was irrelevant to Hikaru until the final anyway, right?
Yeah, so it affects the top 1, but not the top 3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So why should it be bad for Hikaru?
Because if Magnus was in the final, so if Magnus were in the final 4,
Mm-hmm.
then everyone in the final 4 would go to the candidates because Magnus is going to say no. But with Magnus knocked out, then there are in the final 4 there are 4 players fighting for 3 spots. And also Magnus could maybe take out some dangerous competitors on the way as well.
Yeah,
But yeah, basically just the fact that you would assume...
it pains me to admit, but you are making sense, Jan Ludwig.
So yeah. Let's hope for a better day for Magnus tomorrow, but at the end of the day, I mean, Hikaru needs to beat Pragg. That's the main thing. And what just happened? Rook f1. So Pragg tried to activate his king. And then Hikaru goes rook f1.
So what's the idea? To push either the e pawn or the g pawn?
Well, the g pawn, surely, right?
Yeah.
The e pawn is needed to protect the rook.
Oh yeah, that is a fair point.
So he wants to go g5. He's pointing the rook down towards the king. Normally, when your king is being pressured like this, you want to move it. And if Pragg moves it, computer says bishop c4. But if bishop c4 was a good move, we could have done that on the previous one. It doesn't make sense allowing the black king to become more active before making the trade. And also the computer is saying now a3 is good. So a3 takes b3. Okay, so this is the reason Hikaru moved the rook.
So that
So
b2...
in this position, Hikaru has bishop c4, counterpinning the pawn. So when the pawn progresses, you take the bishop and everything is under control. This was not possible earlier. Like if Hikaru pushes the pawn, then a3, b3. And you don't have this bishop c4 move because then the pawn is attacking the rook on its way forward. So that explains why Hikaru wanted to move this rook. And he wants to point it towards the opponent's king, which I guess is okay. It very often provokes the opponent into moving the king. And then after moving the king, I guess he's going g5. Computer still thinks Hikaru is better. But he did spend a lot of time. And as long as these 2 black pawns are alive on the side of the board, there is like a chance they could become new queens. So we don't really like Hikaru being so low on time, because this is very much a calculation kind of position. And you always need to be kind of in control. Make sure that the black pawns cannot suddenly queen.
I mean, it's still such a tricky game. Also, Jan Ludwig, I have to admit, at some point during that, you lost me because I was still thinking about what you said about Magnus in the top 4. And I suddenly started thinking, what if Magnus and Jan both make top 4?
Oh, Jan is also qualified for the candidates.
So what if they both
and
make
Ding
top 4?
is Ding playing in Baku?
No, no, he isn't. I mean, surely if the reigning world champion was playing in the World Cup, it's round 4. You might have heard of it by now.
It's a lot of good players.
Anyway, hear me out. If Magnus and Jan both make the top 4,
Then the 5th place matters.
yeah, but there is no
there
fifth
is no
place.
playoff for 5th place.
Will they then scramble to organize a 5th match play, like a 5th place match?
Nah. Just give it to the guy who lost against the winner. And have the 4 guys who got knocked out in the last 8. Just have them stay in Baku and cheer on their guy. This has some wrestling connotations, like some familiarities, I feel like.
Mr. Seacold is saying 5th place cannot qualify. It's in the rules. So they will have to add 1 more spot from somewhere, I guess, in that case.
Yeah, I guess Grand Swiss, Isle of Man. That makes sense.
Will you be playing in the Isle of Man?
No.
Come on, Jan Ludwig. I was hoping I would finally see you again. Where will you be playing? Where can we find you? Hunt you down. Oh, it will be a
planning
waiting
to play
spot,
the
by the
Norwegian
way.
Championship next year, but
Norwegian
that, I'm not sure. I don't have a scheduled game of chess until July next year. Man, that's probably why I'm playing so poorly. Somewhat out of practice.
That's very sad. By the way, John Ludwig, Wandering Bishop has just confirmed, so it will go to a rating spot in that case.
Rating spot?
Yeah.
I thought we agreed that we weren't gonna...
Okay, I mean, the chances that the 5th, that both Magnus...
But the World Chess Federation made a big point out of, we're no longer gonna qualify people for rating. Like, yeah. They announced it like, oh, we're fixing this injustice.
Okay. Okay, back to the game, because we have a move.
Yeah, he does go A3. And someone said in chat, I didn't give it much credence because I was like, oh yeah, you're just watching the computer. Someone said, but if takes, then what about the recapture? And computer or not, it needs to be considered, especially seeing as how the machine says black is pretty much winning if you take, which is concerning to say the least. Rook over. I guess we can go rook b2.
Okay, Hikaru didn't take, thankfully. He's already played rook
even
a1.
Says take the rook is good. I thought we agreed that these pawns were too dangerous. Apparently not anymore. Maybe it helps black that the king has come out of the corner. Okay, he goes rook a1. That makes a lot of sense. That makes a ton of sense.
Another brilliant move, apparently.
Wow. Yeah, because he's sacrificing the rook again. Was rook f1 also brilliant because he's sacrificing the rook? Yeah, so what's good about this is that now the bishop has to move first, then we take the pawn. Mm-hmm. And if recapture, we have a pawn more than our opponent. Very clever. And are concerned that, oh, maybe he can start capturing the rook because the computer was saying that's good. Well, weirdly, it benefits Hikaru that this pawn is still here. So compare this position with, where's the position we analyzed? Here, this position. So seemingly this doesn't make much of a difference, but one position white is winning and the other position black is winning. Seemingly not that big of a difference.
And Pragg
Um,
did play bishop.
but it's about Pragg having the
Yeah.
opportunity to work along the A file and give checks in from the side, I think. And also this pawn being further advanced. Pragg moved the bishop back. Okay. Now, ooh, we actually don't need to take the pawn. Because now if black takes the white pawn, then we just move back and the pawn is surrounded.
Mm-hmm.
But the computer's second choice, pawn to g5, pawn to a2, computer is suggesting bishop c4, which allows black to get a protected passer
Yeah, I would never
on
allow
a2.
this in a million years.
This, in general, when your opponent has a passed pawn, a pawn that doesn't have to face any enemies on its road to becoming a new queen, if that guy is protected by another pawn, that's usually not great. When that guy is protected by another pawn and is one square away from becoming a queen.
Hikaru has
Yeah.
captured on a3. I think it makes sense not to allow this.
Yeah. And now Pragg only has one acceptable move according to the computer, which also makes sense. If Pragg takes back, Hikaru takes, Hikaru's up a pawn for nothing. Oh, it's brilliant again. Every move where Hikaru allows the rook to be captured is brilliant. That's funny. Yeah, so Pragg can't really allow this. He can't just lose his pride and joy like that. So he needs to go with a rook to pin the pawn so that the pawn cannot capture on due to the rook being in trouble behind. The question then becomes which rook? You have two rooks you can move to point down. And apparently only one of them is sufficient.
I'm also trying to understand. I feel it must be something to do with keeping the defense on the b file. On that bishop or on something.
So if rook a8, computer says a4.
I don't get it yet.
I mean, I do think Pragg is going to play the other rook. Maybe? No. No. Pragg might fold for this. This is ridiculously difficult. A4? Like, what the heck is that? And if we go
yeah, because I did say it makes sense to keep one rook on the c file, but
if we go
on the b
a4
file,
here, then you capture the rook. And even this looks kind of dangerous for black.
or for white.
Well, for both.
He's played the right rook. He's played rook a7.
Well, you can say it's the right rook, but it's also the move that allows Hikaru to push forward with the pawn. Had Pragg gone with the other rook, yeah, according to the computer, a mistake, but a very tricky one to realize. But it's much more easy to understand that allowing the white pawn to progress could be dangerous.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, takes. Double attack.
Yeah.
Well, some of these variations are just wild. If rook d8, threatening the king, you assume that the king cannot move forward, right? Because then the king loses protection on the bishop. But after king moves forward, turns out you cannot take the bishop, because then check, king has to go up, check, attacking the rook and the king. And after the trade,
This is insane. So
black
rook
can't
d8?
stop the pawn.
Rook d8?
And the worst thing is this is still a draw.
How?
Because the bishop comes after this pawn. The rook tries to help this pawn become a new queen. And after takes, and takes, this is a draw.
Are you sure this is a draw? Yeah?
Yeah.
Unbelievable. By the way, one thing which I was completely oblivious to is that Hikaru is down to 5 minutes.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't see that time. I just looked at the clock and I was in absolute shock.
This is the kind of position where Hikaru had more time. He could create so many tricky situations for Pragg. But now that he's low on the clock, I'm kind of nervous because this is elusible. Like, this is a 3-result game. At this point, both players are gonna have a pawn that's trying to become a new queen. And then it kind of matters who has the most time, because the guy with the most time is the least prone to making a blunder. And it's not Hikaru.
So what is rook d6? Let's consider the 2 captures on b3. I feel taking with the...
Well, taking with the rooks is just not going to happen, because then after rook b1, I assume that you're kind of blocking this pawn, and the pawn is blocking itself. The black pieces is blocking. Yeah, I just don't see that happening. So I'm expecting taking with a pawn. But Hikaru's planning this very sneaky rook move, threatening both the black rook and the black bishop. Which is similar to what we just analyzed, right?
Except
But
the king
one of
can't
the
move
key...
forward.
Yeah, precisely. One of the key differences is that after the check, we cannot move forward. But, I mean, going backwards... Push pawn, push pawn. I mean, black's pawn is technically closer to becoming a new queen, but the white pawn is going to have the assistance of the white king. And then the question becomes which one of those details matters more. And the computer, of course, as always, saying, no, it's just going to be a draw.
You know,
what do you think, Fiona? Computers these days, I think they're becoming too strong to become useful. Because ultimately, chess is either a win for white, a draw, or a win for black. And the stronger the computers become, they will not have any middle ground. They will either say this is completely winning for white, and this is dead equal, or this is winning for black. And we're in a moment now in kind of computer engineering where the computers are... It might become better to use older computers because the older computers better tell us something useful for humans about who this favors. Because the weaker computers doesn't see as far, which is much closer to the human reality. And then you can... It's a
very interesting point. I'd never thought about this before, but I think you make a great point, actually. I mean, even when I consider now, you know, I think we couldn't commentate, especially here, you know, with such a huge chat, we couldn't commentate without the engines because people would just constantly call us idiots at every move. But I feel like, you know, back when I started commentating, we would not use a computer, and it was a very different experience, but I feel it was a lot more fun. And like, I also used my own brain, you know, a lot more. And I would actually think, oh, what would I actually do here? Which I rarely ever do these days. And that's just with using a computer full stop. Using a computer which has all the answers all the time is going to make it even less fun. Because right now I feel, yes, we have an engine, but it's actually the one we are looking at, you know, it changes its mind a lot and very quickly. So I feel, okay, maybe we can find something there that the computer isn't seeing. But if we just constantly got the best move and the correct evaluation, then yeah, sad times. Rook b6. Do you think Pragg will give the check? This is maybe the last moment. If not rook d8 check, there might still be a chance here.
I mean, I guess I don't see how he could go wrong here. I mean, he has to give the check or he has to trade the rooks, right? There's no middle ground.
I'm seeing, by
And
the way, sorry, Hammers, I see someone in the chat saying Hikaru offered a draw. I did not see it, but at the same time, I don't think, like, it wouldn't shock me if he had. What do you think?
well, if I'm Pragg, I'm taking that. Chat is trolling.
I think the way also Pragg is looking up at the ceiling, I wouldn't be surprised if there had been a draw for.
And
If
Hikaru
Hikaru
shaking his head. Is it the reverse psychology? Here, I'm not sure Hikaru wants Pragg to take the draw. But then he could have just not offered, I guess. There seems to be some kind of flaw in my logic here.
Okay, can we go down this line again? Rook d8 check, king goes back.
Bishop goes back. No, because this black pawn is seriously dangerous. So we were looking at something like this, right?
Yeah, I think if Hikaru feels that he might be worse, like if he feels the best I can get here is a draw, I think the draw for makes a lot of sense because even if Pragg doesn't take it, he will spend some time thinking about it.
Yeah. Agreed. I agree that I think it's unlikely Hikaru offered a draw. I'm gonna, for once in my life, trust chat. Oh no, he checked his score sheet. 100% Hikaru offered a draw. And now Hikaru's checking the score sheet? Dude, you made the draw offer. You don't need to do that. It's a very interesting thing. Offering a draw when your opponent only has one move.
Yeah.
It's a very sneaky thing to do because it also takes the momentum from the opponent. The opponent went from having a non-decision, only one move to make, to having the decision, yes, I can make the only acceptable move in the position, but I can also make a draw. Offering a draw when the opponent like has a recapture or this, which is essentially the 2700 version of a recapture, it's incredibly cynical, but rather clever. But it only works if you're the better player. And they do agree to a draw. Shake hands from Pragnananda.
I think it was a good draw for by
Yeah,
Hikaru.
no, it was an exciting game also.
Yeah.
Very combative from the opening on.
I have to say I'm exhausted from just following this game because I feel there was a lot of, not only was the game very complex, but there was so much nervous tension, you know, with Hikaru getting a worse position quite early on. And then this fight back and the time pressure, I feel like today really, you know, had it almost all in terms of drama
and both players were better at some point,
yeah,
right? Which adds to the back and forth.
I think Hikaru is gonna be disappointed about the miss, both with b4 and in the end game, maybe having a better chance. But I feel all in all, you know, if you consider the whole game, even if we're Team Hikaru here, I think a draw is a good result overall for Hikaru if you consider the whole game. Would you not agree?
I would agree. I don't think Hikaru will agree.
No,
I
I know that.
I think
know
Hikaru is
that.
going to be very disappointed. I
No,
feel
I
like
know that. That's
Hikaru.
what I mean. That's why I said first. I think he'll be disgusted, but I think objectively speaking, and you're never gonna be objective when you're in the spot, when you know, you go back to your room, you turn on the engine. It's very difficult to be objective, but I think on objective grounds, Pragg has more reason to be disappointed if you're an impartial observer to the game.
I'm not sure that's true.
No?
And I definitely don't think that's how Hikaru is going to see it.
I know that. I don't know.
I think Hikaru, but I think Hikaru might be right. I feel like he was definitely very unpleasantly worse, but Pragnananda never really seemed to manage to cope with his advantage. And nothing he did ever came close to benefiting from the superior pawn structure and well-placed knights that he did have at some point. And then, well, I guess Hikaru didn't really do much to benefit from his advantage either, though. It was in the time scramble. He had a chance, missed it. Had a little bit of a chance after the time scramble, but draw was always going to be the most likely. Now, draw is a fair result. I'm losing my train of thought. Draw is a fair result, and it was a good fight from both of them.
Yeah. Okay, well, there's a lot of questions. Is Hikaru going to come in for an interview? We don't know yet. We will keep you posted. Maybe for now we can just see, maybe we can check in with our friend Niels Grandelius, who is pressing for a win against Jamie Santos Latessa.
And when you mean, say, our friend...
I assumed he was your friend.
Yeah, no, but not a friend of the stream, but friends of us personally. Yes. It's the policy
but
I
Niels
did.
Is very likable. I feel if chat knew Niels, they would like him. I think he can be a friend of the stream.
Chat likes more toxic people. I'm not sure Niels has a single toxic bone.
No, he doesn't have a toxic bone whatsoever.
Niels is up 2 pawns, but the bishops are divorced. Isn't that there's this saying that's always repeated on the Norwegian chess broadcast, which is kind of like funny. A guy asks his friend, why did you divorce your wife? And he says it was the relationship felt like opposite colored bishops.
I don't think that's a saying. I think that's a Spassky quote, actually.
Spassky, okay, yeah.
Isn't it?
Well, saying Spassky quote, the same thing, no? No?
No, a saying is I don't think a saying and a quote is the same thing, but now I don't know. It's been a long day.
Anyway, is he trying to trade rooks is a key question here. And computer says, don't trade rooks. But I'm kind of suspecting that Niels is going for this. And it's always tricky to me when to realize that the pawns are far enough away from each other. But it would seem on this occasion that the pawns are not far away enough. So the way you win this kind of thing is that, you have the one pawn making sure that the king is busy over here. And then the white king goes to the opposite side. And the trick is, when you're trying to defend, always have your king follow the opponent's king. That being said, yeah, I think this is a draw. Basically, the white king never manages. Oh no. Computer says winning. Computer can't really decide whether it's winning or not. Okay, winning. Okay, so Nils is trying to trade the rooks, and despite the computer not being sure at first, the computer has decided that trading rooks is good, but Nils only has 1 minute left.
I was just gonna say, look at that time situation.
So Nils needs to realize that I need to go here and trade the rooks. And that's not an obvious move to make.
No. Can you not make progress without trading the rooks?
Yeah, maybe. Which once again makes it less likely that he's gonna trade the rooks. Like he can go king here, king here. Sorry. I don't know. It's tricky. It's tricky.
Okay, elsewhere.
And now this rook is even a draw because now there's this pressure against the pawn.
Elsewhere, there's 2 more games going. We can take a quick look at Sindarov against Arjun.
Yeah, that's pretty much over.
What's that?
Passed pawn supported by rook. Gonna
Also known
win
as the
against
king.
passed pawn not supported by king. Oh, I said rook. I meant king. I did highlight the king.
Yeah, that's why I said also known as the king. And finally, okay, this one looks like it's winning for Asian. And the last one that's still going is Wojtaszek against Dominguez.
Wojtaszek actually hasn't faced a single 2500. Well, so Wojtaszek in the first round, he played against De Silva from Sri Lanka because Eric Hansen couldn't get his visa in time. So the Sri Lankan made it through on walkover. And then in the next one, he faced a 2500, like 2511, a very lowly rated grandmaster at this level. And he won that one as well. So this is the first player above 2520 that Wojtaszek faces, and it's no ordinary superior grandmaster. It is Dominguez, who is incredibly difficult to beat, and illustrated here by the fact that Wojtaszek, who is personally my white hero, what that means is that whenever I'm wondering what opening should I learn with the white pieces, I check Wojtaszek's games.
By the way, just to keep chat in the loop, we have confirmation now that Hikaru will be joining us soon, so do not go anywhere. I think, oh, just as I say that, he has just jumped on the Zoom call. I was just about to say that hearing his thoughts today will be even more interesting, I feel, than usual. Hikaru,
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
How are you guys doing?
We're doing good. How are you doing, I think, is the bigger question.
Yeah, I mean, it was a very interesting game. I kind of like in the opening, I had some ideas, and then I just really couldn't bring myself to just think and try to play normally. So, I mean, this position, I wasn't sure whether I should play bishop takes c6 or not play bishop takes c6, and I played knight d5, and I mean, I think my position was fine until I played e4, which of course is just a ridiculous move, but I didn't see anything immediate, so I just thought if I go e4, I'm going to be able to play like knight d5, knight e3, and just play chess. Yeah, I mean, this was of course ridiculous here to play e4. But yeah, I mean, I think I was much worse for a good chunk of the game after this move, and then somewhere around time control, I started to think that I was better.
Sorry, Hikaru, not to be the guy with the computer telling you kind of everything you could have done, but actually the computer says you had almost a winning idea as a result of this e4 move.
Okay.
After the trade between knight and bishop and the knight coming into d5, the computer here gives pawn to b4 as a pawn sacrifice, being incredibly powerful.
Really? Huh. Yeah, I mean, I like I said, I kind of just wasn't. I felt like I wasn't really there for the first like 30 moves of the game. I felt like I was just drifting, and I wasn't really able to think, I guess, for lack of a better way of putting it. I mean, that's not to say I didn't use time, but I just felt like I was drifting, and I didn't really feel the flow of the position. Yeah, of course, b4 is a very obvious move. I don't know why I didn't. I think I consider it, but I didn't. After takes, queen d2 and a5. What's the win? Oh, just queen b2, or is it queen f2?
Queen f2. I don't know why.
Queen f2, and then queen c5 and bishop e3, and yeah, and it's probably just good. Yeah, I mean, basically, like I said, when I played e4, I was just trying to play the moves. I wasn't really feeling the position. And like after knight e5, I mean, basically I played queen d2 quickly, and then I felt like an idiot. Not actually because of b4, but because I thought I also could have played g4 maybe here as well. Like I wasn't feeling the position. I wasn't feeling it at all. So yeah, I think on another day maybe I would have found b4, but as I said, I just was not feeling it, and then I was much worse. And Pragg kind of just like he was dilly-dallying. He wasn't able to come up with a concrete plan. And at some point, I thought I might be winning again later. Which like I don't know if I was better because I haven't looked yet, but I felt like somewhere around here he was starting to let it all get out of control. And it goes here. I take, and I mean already it's getting very tricky here. I mean I felt that my mistake was after takes. I should have played yeah, rook d2 I thought was correct. And I thought after rook c I should have played rook d5. Is this actually good or not good? It's not all that
likes
good.
it.
No, it's okay. If this isn't good, then I mean, unless there's some magic study later.
There's some serious pressure here, I think.
No, but I mean, as Pragg pointed out, I said h6, but also h5 here as well. Makes sense. Yeah, like I mean, it's probably nothing, but I felt like the order I did gave him this rook c7 a5, and I didn't think I had anything after that. Maybe if I have like more time, I can work it out, but I didn't really see it here. Like I thought rook d5 was correct. Yeah, then a4 and king e3 is not what I played. King e3 is apparently good or not good. No, the
computer really liked it.
Why? Wait a second. So if he goes a3 here,
I think it was rook a1. No. Oh yeah, no, it was. This was the time where you had to do the back rank checkmate and then rook d2.
Ah, rook d2. Okay, yeah. I mean, I didn't see rook d2. If I'd seen rook d2, then I would have played this and probably won the game. But I mean, it's easier said than done. To see rook d2 is, yeah. It's. I mean, I think if I have more time, I can probably figure this out. But with like only 30 minutes in the second time control, it's very tough. I think if I had an hour, maybe I could have found this. If I had a full hour.
Well, this wasn't even in the second time control. This was in when you had 2 minutes.
Okay, so then it's not. Yeah, then it's not even relevant. Okay, yeah, okay, then it's not relevant. Yeah. No, because I mean, I thought Pragg played this perfectly. I mean, somewhere around here, I still thought I had chances, but yeah, it's just. I mean, I played c5 trying to sack the rook, but I still think there's no way to win, right? Like, I mean, I can play rook a1, but after bishop b3, what's the point? Yeah, like, I mean, yeah, it's just not enough here. So yeah, I mean, it's I don't really know what to make of this game. So I felt like on the one hand, probably on a good day, I should find b4 and I probably win this game. On the other hand, I was probably much worse in the middle game. And this puzzle at the end with rook d2, I think, I mean, with like limited time on the clock, very unlikely. I think if I have an hour or even 30 minutes here, maybe I can find it. But yeah, I didn't see it. So
you mentioned about how you feel after the game. I mean, you had a couple of chances. Overall, Pragg was doing well, I think, for more time, if that makes sense. I was wondering, do you... because you mentioned last week that you rather play black in the first game, because then if things go wrong, you can always play for a win with white. today you were under some pressure with the white pieces. Does it ever cross your mind of like, if I lose today, I'm going to be in real trouble? Or do you try to shut these kind of thoughts out completely?
I mean, I just try to play chess.
Mhm.
I didn't really think about it. I mean, I knew I was worse, but I figured if I play good moves, I'll be fine. I mean, that's the
Mhm.
bottom line. It's why like even if like a human plays against like Stockfish, you can give us some position at move 15 where it's like +1, we'll still lose the game because Stockfish will play good moves and we'll of course make a blunder. So that's sort of the mentality I had at a critical point, was sort of just to make moves. And like I said, I wasn't feeling the rhythm. I mean, as I said, maybe on a good day I would have found B4. On the other hand, I think I very easily could have lost this game in the middle game. So I think it's pretty reasonable in terms of result. And I mean, it's better than losing, obviously, because I think Wesley and Magnus both lost. So that's difficult.
Chat wants to know if you're feeling better.
I mean, I feel relatively okay. I don't feel wonderful, but it's not like I'm sick. So yeah, I feel relatively okay. I mean, I felt better for sure, but it's not like I'm not like dying or anything. So yeah, that's
Oh,
what it
that's
is.
good news, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, again, like it is what it is. But I mean, today's game was fun though. Like regardless of the result, today's game felt like chess. And I mean, you probably noticed it after the game. I actually spoke to Pragg a little bit because like at this point, it's kind of like I know it's a match, obviously, to some degree, but it's also like this was just chess. Like we got a position and we played chess, and that's always fun. So I mean, I enjoyed the game regardless of the results. And if this rook d2, I mean, I think is a bit much. I think that because it's the only move that wins, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, if that's the only line that wins, like with 2 minutes on the clock, I think, I mean, it's very difficult to find. And yeah, I mean, I thought, I think this game, it's really hard because I saw a couple of people were asking me what I think of like Pragg. So it's very hard to judge because like on the one hand, I mean, I played parts of the game very well. I played other parts very poorly, and I feel like the same could be said of Pragg. I mean, after I missed his B4 move, I thought he played very well for the next like 15 moves, and then he kind of fell apart. So, yeah, I mean, it was just a very choppy game. I think at moments he was good, at moments he was bad. There were other moments I was good and I was bad. So I think it's, I mean, fairly balanced.
I don't know, Hikaru, if it was asked after your match against Gladura, maybe your opponent was, have you played Pragg much over the board? Or is this...
No, I think I said this before, but Pragg is the only Indian player that I've pretty much never played. I mean, I played him a couple of years back in the Tata Steel event before the pandemic. But I don't think I've played when he's played the Champion Chess Tour. I've never been playing, so we haven't played there. He doesn't really play Title Tuesday. I mean, I think I have played him like once or twice, but somehow we've just never played. Whereas like Nihal or Raunak or Pranav or obviously Gukesh and everybody, I've played them a bunch of times. Arjun too, but somehow Pragg, I actually think I've maybe played him like 4 or 5 times total, even including online. So it's definitely a little bit strange that I haven't played him. But obviously, he's one of the strongest Indian juniors.
For sure. Tomorrow, game 2. I'm not sure what I want to ask you, but your thoughts on that second game. How
Yeah,
you
I mean,
feel?
I think that like I'm just playing chess. I'm enjoying it. I think that's perhaps the one difference for me. I mean, it's an obvious difference versus the other players, but certainly I think that when I'm going to these matches, I'm not really that worried about what happens. Whereas I would say if this was like 3 or 4 years ago, black in game 2, I'd be very concerned because obviously the only thing that mattered in my world at that time was trying to win the tournament and qualify for the candidates. So I mean, it'll be fun. I'm looking forward to it. Obviously there were two rest days before we played today or started this match. So I feel pretty good.
How did you spend the rest days?
I mean, I didn't do a whole lot. I did some preparation, was just trying to relax and enjoy myself. Nothing too out of this world. And just try to chill because I think certainly with an event like this, you definitely need to save your energy. And ultimately, I think this event, it's all about trying to avoid what's the best way of putting this? I was gonna say like basically what you try to do is try to not set yourself on fire. I don't know if that's necessarily the apt comparison, but the bottom line is you basically you try to not do anything too stupid. And if you don't do anything too stupid, things will probably be okay. But if you have one day where you set yourself on fire, it can pretty much be the end of the tournament. So You just have to be very careful, and I think like Wesley's a good example of that.
I'd like to follow up on that, Hikaru, because I feel like today's opening choice was very aggressive from you. It's the kind of position where you try, like you said, create a game of chess, but at the same time you give black that incredible central control, so that if it goes wrong, it could go very wrong. So at one point you're saying like the key to the tournament is playing safe, but then you're choosing like very aggressive, ambitious setups. How do you kind of how do you take how do you mix those thoughts? How can you have both those thoughts at the same time?
Well, I mean, obviously he surprised me in the opening. He doesn't play this. He doesn't play this line, so I was sort of playing it by memory as opposed to anything else. I mean, he doesn't really play C5 at all, so he surprised me in the opening. So that's why I went for what I did. I mean, I haven't studied this in quite a while, but I was vaguely recalling some of the variations. I mean, it's at some point you just play, but I think the problem is like at some point I just wanted to play, and that's what led to some of these decisions that were not great. I wasn't willing to spend 20 minutes anywhere and think. So yeah, I mean, he surprised me in the opening, and the position kind of forced me to play that way. But yeah, that's just how it goes.
Maybe you don't want to go into it because, as we know, there is always the potential of you playing him again with white in the future. But he offered you that pawn when he castled, and you pretty quickly decided not to take the pawn. Can you give away anything about whether you were tempted at all?
Well, I mean, it's very clear that he had prepared this, whether it was before the tournament or for this match. He clearly was prepared, and I mean, I do believe, at least from what I recall, that if you don't take the pawn, I think normally, I think you're supposed to take the pawn. If you don't black, it's supposed to be completely fine. But like I didn't. I mean, as I said, I just want to play chess. I mean, what's the point of traveling halfway around the world to play against a computer? I mean, well, let's be serious. What's the point of that? I mean, I'd rather just stay at home. So like if I do something stupid, he outplays me and I lose the game, fine. Like he deserves it. But I mean, I'd rather that's also why I played Bishop D2, because I'm pretty sure Bishop D2 is not the correct move either. Like he was moving instantly. I think Bishop E3 I thought was something was supposed to be more precise. But again, you just play chess. That was most of my attitude towards this game.
And I just have one more question moving away from your game again. Someone in the chat asked, and I was going to ask the same thing. Magnus lost today, as you mentioned. Doesn't happen so often, especially the World Cup. I mean, he's been trying to win it for so long, and he lost it rather in an unnecessary way, shall we say. How did you feel in the playing hall when this was unfolding? Did you...
Yeah, I mean, it looked like Magnus was playing pretty standard positional stuff, and then I mean, I don't know if he missed knight d5 or what happened. He just missed it, right? Or not? I don't know if he just missed knight takes d5 or not. But
the computer says it's equal even after that, but I feel like it must have given him quite a shock.
Yeah, I mean, because the thing is, it's easier for white to play with all the pawns connected. I mean, again, obviously for the computer, anything is fine. It doesn't matter. Put the pieces on any squares and it will tell you the position is completely fine. But yeah, I mean, I thought that around here it was going to be a draw, but Vincent, I mean, I didn't really have time to look at it very closely, but it looked like Vincent played pretty well. I mean, again, all these juniors are very strong, like it goes without saying, but it was still kind of shocking. Yeah, somewhere around here, I was shocked to see Magnus lose. So I thought when he got rook a1, it would just be a quick, maybe not a quick draw, but I thought he would be able to draw it somewhere around here. But yeah, Vincent played knight d6, and I mean, from what I saw, it looked pretty clean from him after that. So I mean, I was impressed. I mean, that's again, all these kids are good, so it's like, I mean, saying you're impressed, like we all know what they're capable of. At the end of the day.
Yeah, so Magnus will be in a must-win situation tomorrow, I think. On my end, I have no more questions. Jan Ludwig, I don't know if you have anything else? No.
I had some really investigating chess reporting questions that I got to ask and get some insights from Hikaru. So now it only remains to wish him luck for tomorrow.
Absolutely. Thank you. Oh, Hikaru, will there be a recap? The chat was asking.
Yeah, of course I'll do a recap, obviously. I mean,
good. So I think that's all the questions answered. Thank you so much for your time. Best of luck for tomorrow.
Thank you so much. See you guys.
See you.
Bye.
Bye, bye, bye. Okay, so those were Hikaru's thoughts. I thought some very interesting insights, Jan Ludwig.
Yeah, and I mean, maybe that's not what I'm supposed to do, but like having this access to Hikaru, I can't help but like ask him very kind of revealing questions, right? About
Mhm.
his thoughts on the game and stuff like that. And he's responding. He's answering honestly. And that insight into one of the best the minds of one of the best chess players there is yeah, it's worth taking our time to try and ask the questions if we're allowed to get the answers.
Absolutely. I'm with you. I'm surprised how openly he answers some of the questions. I thought it was really nice, especially, to hear that he had fun today. I thought, God, this was such a stressful game. I thought this was anything but fun. But I thought that was really nice to hear, and I think we're in for a great game again tomorrow.
In a way, I feel like it's sad how much he appreciated this game because it speaks to how drawish top level chess
Yeah.
is. Like he can appreciate a well fought game as long as it's not just a theory duel and as long as it's not just a quick kind of draw checking the opponent's preparation. Just
Mm.
have an opening neither player prepared for that game and then fight it out.
Yeah, absolutely. Tomorrow will be exciting. For now, let's quickly see. Niels somehow won his game very quickly from when we left him. So what happened there?
He managed to win another pawn, which always
Mm-hmm.
helps. And then after he managed to get this double attack with the rook, he then had a very sweet finish because he used this pawn as a decoy. That
Mm-hmm.
pawn is now surrounded by the black pieces, but he had another pawn making its way up. And here, if we went for a rook trade, the pawn would then, with the help of the bishop, progress to become a new queen. So very nicely won there by Nils Gandelius. He has the advantage, as does Vincent Kamer, who managed to beat Magnus Carlsen, as does Ferenc Berches, who beat Ruslan Ponomaryov, and also Savarana, who managed to beat
Yeah,
Wesley. So we didn't have that game
but
open.
Jan Ludwig, we can check it out in a second, but you know who might not have the advantage of the getting a win is Archon Erigaisi. We thought he was heading for winning that rook ending. That is actually the only game still going, so let's return there.
So Erigaisi should have, according to the computer, played the king up to have the king supporting from in front of the pawn rather behind. The problem with this way of playing would presumably be that you're afraid of some kind of rook coming in here, making attacks in two directions, and you're not sure about these kinds of positions. Erigaisi instead played d5, similar idea, wanting to get the king up the board, but the disadvantage of doing it this way is that you've changed the route of
Mm-hmm.
your pawn chain. And that means now e6 is the back undefended pawn rather than the one on d7. And Sindarov tried to exploit this by giving the check, forcing the king away, and then putting in the pressure on the pawn. The king moves up the board like Erigaisi was trying to do. White captures a pawn, but white was already down a pawn, so now it's just equal on material. King up. Why could we not move pawn up? Not sure why he didn't move the
Yeah.
pawn up. He went the king up. The disadvantage is that it leaves the protection of the black pawn. but then he gets to capture the white pawn. Ooh, but the white rook surrounds this black pawn. You could take this one, but then takes that one. And then somehow this white pawn might be enough to save the day, because even though the black pawn is way further advanced, there are situations in which you can give up your rook against this pawn.
Yeah,
and
maybe you can quickly show why you didn't immediately go to the F file. There was a nice little trick there. Why
I'm
did
just
you
gonna
throw
skip
in that check?
So this is the C file, but yeah, if we went there, then the rook would go
Oh,
in
that's
between,
that is the C file. That is correct.
blocking the white rook from capturing the pawn, which is why the computer let me know.
Actually,
that
where are
actually,
your
Serrano, it was just
coordinates?
a
That's why I'm getting confused. How have I managed to commentate all tournament long without coordinates?
someone was actually asking for them earlier.
Now might be the
or on
perfect
Sunday.
time to set it up. If not now, then when?
Well, I'm fine without coordinates, so I haven't really missed them.
I haven't missed them until now, but now that I realize they're gone, I certainly missed them. Who's with me, chat?
So yeah, anyway, this check, and then you take the pawn, and then yeah, even though white was way behind on the pawn race, it doesn't actually matter, because the pawn is still gonna force the black rook into giving itself up to prevent the pawn from becoming a queen. Anyway, long story short, instead he tried to push the pawn. I don't understand any of these moves. Suddenly a4 was the only move to make a draw. Okay.
Oh, and we now have camera footage. Thank you to our wonderful producer, Jaren.
I am very confused by all of this, but it looks like they're going to make a draw, because takes. And ironically, if the king was on a different square, this would be a win. Because now when the queen comes in, it's not check, because the black king is blocking. If this had been check, then black wins.
That's crazy.
But since the king is standing in the way, it's just going to be just a draw.
Sindarov is making me itchy. He's making me jumpy. He is bouncing, but we are about to see a handshake here.
And this is the final game of the round.
Yeah.
So that's all we had to offer.
Well, I think we're going to also still take a quick look at how Wesley lost, because we haven't didn't see that. Oh, wait, did I actually shake hands yet?
Oh, well, they had one queen each. I may have gotten ahead of myself.
No, they're still playing. The game goes on.
They had one queen each. Some of the predictions I made today, I will agree that I may have exaggerated the likelihood, but 99.9. I'm actually more than 99.9, like 99.99% sure that this is going to end up in a draw. And there goes the king to the center, which is usually the sign that they have indeed agreed.
Agreed the draw. Okay, so let's...
My apologies. Now
No,
should we check out Wesley?
You are apologized. That's not, you can't say that, right? You are excused. You are forgiven, my friend.
Okay. So Wesley, we had this position. This is known as the hanging pawn structure. Basically, we say they're hanging because there's potential for the white rooks to point down on them. But at the same time, if they're not lost, they are exerting very valuable pressure in towards the opponent's half of the board.
Mm-hmm. I feel it's a
I'm waiting for
miracle.
the excitement to start.
Yeah. I just feel it's a miracle that Wesley actually lost. Wesley has seemed completely beside himself in this tournament. I mean, he's usually not only very strong, but ultra solid. And I've lost count of how many losing positions he had.
I mean, I feel like he stopped being solid like 2 months ago.
What happened there?
I don't
What was...
know. But he hasn't been solid for some time now.
Mm.
It's my impression.
Okay, so let's see, where does it go wrong here?
So d4 is nice, opens up for the bishop towards the king. Maybe this pawn can become a passer. Well, it is a passer. Maybe it can become a queen. Oh. I was thinking, well, now there's just an easy double attack. What is Wesley doing? But no, that queen cannot go there. Trade of queens, sure. Knight up. Okay.
Sorry, Hammer, to interrupt you for 1 second, but Neochi was saying, let's have a 5-minute blitz, Fiona against Hammer. And Drewsmat, I don't know what you're on, Drewsmat, but I'll have whatever you're having, because he said Fiona and the chat against Hammer might be monos. I feel like the other way around, maybe. Fiona against Hammer and chat, I'm not sure. No disrespect, you guys. But I'm not sure I'll actually be better with your help. I'll leave you to
I
help.
think we need to get through this, Fiona. I think we're both becoming delirious right now. It's been 5 hours and we're losing it.
We are losing it. Okay, did we miss the end of the... No, we're
not. I'm just being very slow. Let's move to the critical point. Okay, so computer says it was equal. Now he's saying Wesley's dead and lost. That was quite an obvious move. I'm guessing Wesley did not miss that the intention of the previous move was to continue forward.
Mm-hmm.
You can't really imagine he missed pawn attacking queen. Wait, what? And now it's just over? Wow, this is a kind of cool move. You're just trading queens after you sacrifice the pawn. Normally attacks are not good after you trade queens, but the knight is now threatening to do a double attack. Oh, but this guy is coming in with a double attack of their own. Okay. That's a nice move.
Wow.
That's a very nice move.
That's beautiful.
So the point is, if the rook is captured, the knight comes in, check, and there's actually a pawn checkmate.
Don't see those very often.
And if the bishop is captured, well, then the knight is no longer attacking the rook, so then you can just take the rook and be up a rook versus a knight. But what if you just go f3? I'm just checking the computer. Ah, this is nice. This is nice. Sacrificing the bishop, but you have the very neat 3-piece checkmate. No queen. 3-piece, no queen checkmate. That's kind of classy against the king in the corner. So Wesley definitely underestimated the power of this pawn making its way up the side of the board. Wesley in the end decided knight g3. Does take control of the e2 square, so no more fork. Double attack with the knight coming in there. Now still cannot capture the rook, because now there's a checkmate. But what about taking the bishop? Ooh, that's dirty. Oh, that's dirty. That is very dirty. Just ignoring the knight in the corner that just took the bishop. And if the knight tries to come back, then d2 attacking the rook. And if the rook moves, wow, the rook comes in for the checkmate. Very nice.
That
It's
is,
not that often you see such
no.
a clean attack without the queens on the board.
I mean, what a game by Serena. I think one of the more exciting games I've seen in this tournament. And I mean, if we didn't see name tags, we would never in a million years until 2 months ago think this was Wesley. So, but Wesley apparently, I'm reading in the chat in an interview, said that he's missing his 2 new cats. So maybe that's what's going on there.
Wesley always played a lot of tournaments, though. I
Yeah.
mean, it would. He could travel less and still have a tighter schedule than many of the other top players.
For sure, I think.
Maybe
I
he
mean,
just
he's
wants
been
to
non-stop. Yeah.
reprioritize a little bit.
Okay, let's see. Are there any other games? Let us know in the chat if you saw anything today that is worth for us checking out, or otherwise, if there's anything you ever wanted to ask Jon Ludwig Hammer, but never dared to. Now's your chance. Surely chat is gonna have some questions for you.
I mean, if you're opening up to any questions, if you're that desperate, then I guess. Why are you so bad at predictions? This I actually have a good answer to. So, people often come to my advice for chess commentary, seeing as how I am the greatest chess commentator ever. And what I've told people is that it's very important to have an opinion. It doesn't really matter if you're right or wrong. As long as you have an opinion, you can create so much discussion around that. Number one, if you were right, you can, like, that's a whole thing. If you were wrong, you can make a whole thing about that. And if your co-host disagrees or has a different opinion, then you can have, a fiery exchange of ideas that really increase the energy in the broadcast. So my advice when people have come to me for those, I say one of the most important things, just have opinions. Doesn't matter if it's right or wrong, as long as it's your genuine thought.
That's
And as long as you can kind of like articulate a reasoning why that's
yeah.
your opinion.
I have
So
to
I'm
say,
not a
I
fan
learned
of
that.
I'm not a fan of, like, for instance, Fiona's, oh, I'm so optimistic for no good reason in this situation where nothing bad is really happening, but I want to be the positive one. That's kind of
Well,
my
that's our
brand.
little act now. We need to counterbalance each other. Imagine if people had 2 Jon Ludwigs. And by the way,
Yeah, that would be a depressing broadcast.
Herweg, you're always wondering whether I say Jon Ludwig or Young Ludwig. I wish I were saying Young Ludwig, but I say Jon. That is the correct way, right?
Yoon.
Yoon. From tomorrow, I'll call him Yoon, just to confuse everyone even more. Yoon Ludwig.
I lived in the US for a year when I was 9, and the way my teacher, Mrs. Muller, got my class to pronounce it. Well, number one, she said Jon Ludwig is not gonna happen. So we're gonna stick to one of them. And I don't know why we didn't stick to Ludwig, which is like my main first name, even though it's second, but never mind. So she spelled it out Yoon like moon for the class.
Uh-huh.
So it's not really right, but I'm very used to kind of Yoon.
I feel like Young Ludwig, Young Lud. You know, like, isn't there a rapper called Young Blood or something similar? I
That's
think
pretty good.
Young Lud has a ring to it.
Would it work prior to the rapper though? Does it need the reference to be good?
No,
Okay.
I think it would be good anyway. A serious question from our producer, Jaren. Do top players have a disadvantage at the World Cup because everyone is preparing for them?
No. No one really prepares specifically for opponents other than you kind of like your first round opponent. Most of the time, your prep is going to at least that's how I do it. I base my prep around my weaknesses and then maybe do some specifics for my first round opponent. But in general, people wouldn't like if someone faces Hikaru in the third round, they haven't really spent any prep time on Hikaru because the cliche is very much true. You have to take one round at a time and keep your eye on the prize.
Yeah, I think that is absolutely true. This Way Up is saying, Hammer, I watched some of your old lessons with Benji Fishy. They were great and got me playing the French. Have you worked with Benji since PogChamps or taught anyone else?
There was actually a Norwegian version of PogChamps. And there I was paired with a RuneScape streamer who was kind of like Benji in that he was a smart guy, but it made me realize number one how interested in chess Benji was, and also how good he was before we even started working together. Because Benji was 800 rapid when we started working, but I don't know. I feel like some of that early improvement he did was not thanks to me. Like he was properly interested in chess. And I actually met up with him in London. I think it was maybe 2 summers ago, one summer ago, 2 years ago. And there we went to this park in London.
Did you just say 1 summer ago, 2 years ago? Because we are summer right now, even if it doesn't feel like it in Norway.
Yeah, so it was not this summer, and it was not the previous summer, but
So
it was
2 summers
summer
ago.
before that. I like to think, even though I live in Norway where it's been raining for 3 weeks straight, I do think this summer is not over yet. And as such, the number of completed summers between June 2021 and also it might have been last year. I actually have to go to Instagram.
Okay, anyway, you met up in the summer.
Yeah, and we went to this park where they had like a chess thing. They were opening a chess park that same day. We were in London. And I got to see him play his first ever over the board game, which he won.
Wow.
So that was cool.
Is he still playing? Do you know if he's still...
No, he's not really playing chess, no. Actually, it was last summer. So.
It was last summer, so a year ago, yeah?
A year ago, yeah.
Johnny Loudmouth says, I live in London. Where is this chess park?
Well, London has a couple of different offers. Now, this chess park specifically there was a lot of activity there that day because it was being opened that day. So, I mean...
I know that they are very big now. It's not in a park per se, but they play outdoors. Johnny, you can check out Four Corner Chess, I think they're called.
I think the guy Benji beat was from that group.
Four Corner Chess. I think maybe the people you are referring, maybe it is even them because they've been around for... No?
No.
But yeah, check out Four Corner Chess. I think they play a lot of days. They have a very... active Instagram page where they always share their location.
I think the park Benji and I went to is Russell Square by Cafe Tropea.
Oh, okay, but Russell Square is barely a park. Yeah, it's tiny. I mean, it's just a square basically with some grass.
Okay, maybe that's
I
not
know
the one
Russell
then.
Square well, funnily enough, because I studied in London and I used to play chess there in the London League, and we used to play at the oh my goodness, why is it not coming? The Plough, which is a pub very nearby Russell Square. So that was my local chess spot as well.
Well, we walked there from Waterloo Station, and the park was not as small as you make it out to be. But
No, okay, then it's not Russell Square.
I think it was. I don't know.
No, Russell Square also is not near Waterloo, I don't think.
No, but I'm Norwegian. We walk everywhere. It just took some convincing
See?
to get. No, I'm almost certain it's Russell Square.
Okay, it's not as far as I thought. It's only
Outdoor chess in Russell Square, July 5th. Yeah, yeah, chess tables in Russell Square. That park was, I mean, she makes it sound like it's tiny. It was
tiny.
like quite significant. I mean,
No, but
it
just
was,
go. I mean, it takes like to walk around all of Russell Square. It takes like 3 minutes or something. I mean,
I
would not
mean,
make
walking through it maybe, but I don't think a park often is just one square block, and this was like 4 square blocks in terms of, it was like 2 square blocks up and 2 square blocks over.
No, you're not gonna change my mind on this. Do we have any Londoners in the chat who can who can back me up here? And if you're not from London, just Google Russell Square. And we'll see. Anyway, I think why Phantom Slobody is asking why no one wants to answer my simple question. Let me find the question and we'll end the stream on that. Phantom Slobody, how do I find your question? Can you post your question again? I actually can't find it. I've scrolled up so much. I'm not seeing your question. Can you repeat it? And if it's really very simple, I'll happily answer it. Blakey is saying Russell Square is small, like picnic type of small. That sounds about right. And Johnny is actually, he's saying it would take 15 minutes to walk around the square, so is backing you up at least in that.
I think he's saying it's 15 minutes from Waterloo, and we definitely spent double that. If
No,
not
no,
more.
it's half an hour at least from Waterloo. This I googled. It's like 1.6 miles, so certainly not like yeah, it is a half hour. Okay, I think I think we're gonna wrap up now, but thank you all for your questions. This was a lot of fun. More of this tomorrow.
I mean, you're making me think like Norwegians are just small people with small minds and small parks.
And small legs, maybe. That's why it takes you longer to walk around the park. Okay, on that note, Jan Ludwig, young lad and I will be back tomorrow to take you through game 2 of Hikaru, who will be playing black against Pragg. Until then, have a good one. Thank you so much for watching today. It's been fun, and we look forward to seeing you tomorrow.
Bye, everyone.
When I see some of these moves that computer suggests after a game that I play and I just go, wow, that is the beauty for me, because these are not moves that I would ever consider. And when I then see the move and then like I might make a couple of moves to try and understand why, that is the beauty to me. I feel like playing chess. Yeah, I feel like hoping. I feel like playing chess. Yeah, I feel like streaming. I'm just trying to play as well as I can, and I don't really worry. Like, if I lose a game, it's not the end-all be-all. I'm not naturally talented, but if I don't get something, I try to figure out, why don't I get it? What am I doing wrong? Over and over and over again. I feel like playing chess, and I feel like hoping. I feel like playing chess, and I feel like streaming.
Bye.